is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Well, let's get back to it.
Britain is looking to face a widespread rainstorm in just a few days with no region spared from the downpours.
Oh, no.
Rain is expected to creep in on Saturday, drenching areas from the southeast of England to the far north of Scotland. A rain front spanning about 600 miles. Areas affected include, but are not limited to, London, Kent, Essex, Southampton, Birmingham, Manchester and Newcastle. And Glasgow, I bet. Not in that list, but I can check on that while you wait. One moment, please. Aha. What? It's not raining at the moment. Pfft, rubbish. Neither will it be raining tomorrow. You're actually going to get some sun, if you can believe that.
No.
It will, however, be raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday, and raining on Friday, and raining on Saturday. I'm not making this up. Raining on Sunday. That's the 14th. And raining on Monday, and the following Tuesday, and the Wednesday, and the Thursday after that. So Saturday is the only day you'll get to dry out. Make the most of it. Rainfall will be heaviest across parts of southern and eastern England, with London, Southampton, Peterborough, Norfolk and Lincolnshire set to see between 3 and 5 millimetres per hour.
What?
Is that a lot? It doesn't sound like a lot. 3 to 5 millimetres per hour? That's an emergency now.
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Low-pressure systems will dominate the second week of September, bringing showers or longer spells of rain with the potential for hail and strong winds with thunderbolt and lightning. Very, very frightening me.
Rock and roll!
The Met Office has said an area of heavy rain and thunderstorms will sweep across the country, bringing travel disruption. Spray and sudden flooding will make driving difficult, and Brits have been instructed to expect some road closures over the day. If you do venture out in your car, please follow the safety advice given by motoring organisations. Before you set out, please ensure that your seat is reclined so that you can only just see over the wheel, as this makes you look cool, and that you have bought a special exhaust that makes your tiny engine sound like the world being ripped apart. Of course, if you're driving a Vauxhall hatchback, you will have already done this.
Thank you.
Amid the torrential rain, public transport will be disrupted, areas may become flooded, some power cuts could occur, there may be damage to buildings, and the usual stuff that happens when we get a little light weather, which is that the whole country falls flat on its face.
Oh, fabulous.
Would you like to hear the long-range forecast for the next 4 weeks?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Middle 2 weeks of September, unsettled with showers or longer spells of rain, some heavy with hail a possibility. Hail? And now the last week in September and the first week in October. October? Is it me or has time sped up lately? Somebody should look into that very strongly. I mean, it's practically time to buy next Easter's chocolate eggs, and way past time to be thinking about getting birthday cards for Jesus. So, last week of September, first week of October. This is it. This is all we're going to get until we go round the dark side of the sun. Last week of September, first week of October. Good luck, everybody. Fingers crossed. Spells of rain and showers, with drier, more settled interludes with temperatures a little above average. Drier, more settled interludes with temperatures a little above average? We'll take it. This says, I feel so proud to be British when I see the creative adaptations to painted St George's crosses, everything from peace signs to Battenberg cakes. Let's celebrate the land of Boaty McBoatface. Well, that's... feeling so patriotic, if my job description allowed it, I'd be standing up right now. This says, President 11 of China missed a trick. Why haven't I thought of that before? President 11 of China. That's right. He should have had a solitary soldier at the back with a commercial drone held aloft, making dogfight noises.
Don't be rude.
Yeah, Emperor Squeaky Tanks. He's furious when he saw that sight. That's what I totally wanted. We're going to keep doing it till we get it right. Jeff in Bromley says, good evening, Nick. Did you see the orange man baby has renamed the U.S. Department of Defense as the Department of War? He's such a peace lover, isn't he? Yeah. the Department of War.
I'll bring us into war.
Yeah, I don't doubt it for a second. So the Department of Defense is going to be the Department of War, and the Department of Education is now going to be renamed the Department of Stupid.
Oh, shut up!
You know, just in order to get some headlines that will take our mind off you know what.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, we're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. I don't believe that there's anything you can do to stop us talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Not now, not ever, never. Tony in Tottenham says, did you catch the opening day of the Reform UK conference? The average age of the audience was double their average IQ. No, I did not. No, I did not. There's nothing that you could induce. Well, I suppose if I did it for comic effect, could I be induced to watch that just so that I could try desperately to be funny about it? I'm not sure. Clive in Sydney says, unhappy to report that the thing has not gone away. I'm currently living in the garden while my wife coughs her head off. On the positive side, the dogs love the extra attention, as do the spiders. Yet the thing has not gone away. Just because Donald Trump didn't know anything about it doesn't mean to say that it's not a thing anymore.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is. See? The Department of Stupid.
Oh, shut up!
Don't take his advice. He's not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
And he knows nothing.
I know nothing.
0345 6060 973. Greenwich. Hello, Lucy.
Yeah, hello.
Lucy.
Yeah, so I wanted to tell you about a mural on the wall in Greenwich.
Muriel?
Yeah, a mural on the wall.
A mural?
Yeah. It depicts a man back a few hundred years, and he's sitting on a chair, and all you can see is the Union Jack, and it's draped over his head down to his knees. And right now, like next to him, there's a EU flag on a table and a mirror, and he's completely blinded by everything other than the Union Jack. And actually, if you look at his shoes at the bottom, they've got blue satin bows on them. And at that time, I guess we had a big empire. But these people with their flags, they need to get real. Honest to God, I am sick of seeing flags everywhere.
Yeah, well, don't worry about it, because they'll be bored shortly. This is a passing fad. It will go away. You know, like hemorrhoids.
Well, hopefully I could go away soon.
Right. But that sounds like an interesting mural there, Lucy. If only I had a picture of it, and then I'd be able to describe it in detail. Yeah, OK, I'll do just that. Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. This says, hi, Nick. I told you a year ago Fancy Pants Starmer and his travelling circus would be equally obnoxious and septic as Shifty Sunak and his delinquent clown shop. Yeah, I bet you'd forgotten that he even existed.
This government will have integrity at every level.
Every level. Still not missing you, Fishy, in case you were wondering. He says, now Captain Farage wants to refloat the good ship Britannia with that lazy, useless, irritating lump Nadine Dorries as a crew member. I'm going to put my acne cream on, pour myself a large cream sherry and lose myself in your wonderful show. Thanks, Nick, says somebody. An anonymous person. You are Britain's greatest source of joy. Okay. Well, if that is even remotely true, then this country is in big trouble. Paul in Chatham says, freedom of speech lover Farage wants to leave the tatty made in China Union flags flying, but doesn't want to stay in his constituency or Parliament, bans certain reporters from asking questions, and still insults James O'Brien. He is never going to get over that interview. No, he would rather slag off Britain and compare us to North Korea, and the amount of TV coverage that bloke gets is ridiculous. I'm off to hang up loads of European Union flags and to find the nearest black hole to jump in so I can find another universe, says Paul in Chatham. Well, I'll see you in security before you board the plane. Let's make that jump together. Why not? It's worth a go. another universe couldn't possibly be as badly run as this one. Surely not. Yeah, the flag people are going to get bored of it, surely. Plus, the weather's going to turn and it'll be raining and, you can't demonstrate your patriotism when you're damp. So they'll just, they'll busy themselves doing something else, like beating up their girlfriend, for instance. That kind of thing. It's going to go away. They just will. And I was thinking about that, it's like 40-mile-an-hour winds where I live this week. And I think all those badly put up flags, by those but those toothless morons with a beer in one hand, it's 11 o'clock in the morning and already they're on the sauce.
Booze.
And with their other hand, they're tying a flag halfway up a lamppost. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Apart from they fly off, cover somebody's windscreen, and they drive through a pensioner into a shop. Of course the council's going to have to come around and take them all down. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Paddy in Cheltenham says, did you happen to see RFK Jr.'s admittedly expected car crash appearance in front of the Congress this past week? Wild doesn't even touch the sides, let alone come close. It appears that the bottom actually has has a basement. This is real life, right? Says Paddy. Yeah, America is going all out to rid parents of the need to inoculate their children against, Victorian diseases. And they are instead going to rely on the power of prayer. I would cancel all forthcoming visits to America, and if you have American friends or relatives coming over here to visit you, then I would move home immediately and don't leave a forwarding address. That's my best advice. I'm just here to help. Am I helping yet?
Yes.
I think just a little bit, yeah. What with me being the foremost source of joy in this country.
LBC. This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Hot H-O-T-A-I-R.
Lexi text, Nick, I wanted to tell you that I live in the US, but all of my extended family lives in Poland, and I wanted to buy my cousin a Hatch Restore, so in order to avoid the astronomical shipping cost. What's a Hatch Restore?
I'm looking up...
He's looking it up straight away. One moment, please. We will be with you shortly. Your call is not important to us. Otherwise, we would have picked it up sooner. He says, I wanted to tell you I live in the US, but all of my extended family lives in Poland, and I wanted to buy my cousin a Hatch Restore. What's a Hatch Restore?
I've put an image on your dock.
It's a clock.
These headphones are not working, so I cannot hear you.
It's a clock. It looks like one of those clocks that wakes you up in the morning with the beauty of light. As opposed to ringing an annoying bell. Well, that sounds lovely. He says, so in order to avoid astronomical shipping costs, I decided to purchase it off Amazon UK. Last week, I got an email from Amazon UK telling me they were refunding me 67 cents in export tariffs. I hope the trend continues. Well, don't spend it all in the same place. 67 cents. Wow. Can you get an egg for that?
No.
Can you get a penny chew for that?
No.
How much does a penny chew cost these days, by the way? What's a penny chew, Grandad? Grandad? Why, you little... Soraya says, watching the frog-faced fascist... Wow. Am I allowed to say that? I don't think so. Getting his backside handed to him by Jamie Raskin in America was glorious. Definitely one of the highlights of the week, says Soraya. I do not associate myself with that comment. Somerset. Hello, John.
Oh, hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Do you know what? I was going to talk to you about Angela Rayner and all that, but have a lot of people talked about that already?
Yes, constantly, I would think.
Okay.
Not on this particular show, though. Not yet.
Oh, no, but all day on wall-to-wall TV coverage and radio.
It's the news, yeah.
Okay, I'll talk to you about dogs instead. I knock doors for a living. as I mentioned to you before.
You do what now?
I knock doors. I don't, not to test the knockers, but for various projects, like solar panels, this type of thing.
Oh.
And you know, you said before, I know you're not a fan of these people who own these terrible dogs that attack people and all the rest of it. Me neither. But one thing I've noticed is when people come to the door, when you knock on their doorbell, the people who own dogs are the most stressed people on the planet.
Yeah, because their dog goes berserk anytime it hears anybody come to where it lives, because it assumes that you want to kill it and everybody in the house.
That's right. And they hold them back, right? I stand about 6 feet away from the door, sometimes 60 feet, when they open the door, and I say, am I safe?
Am I safe? I don't know. Are you going to blow up?
No, I mean, am I safe from the dog?
Oh.
So anyway, but I always notice they're like grappling with their own dog.
Yeah.
And it's like they're the least relaxed people on the planet.
Yes, I
but
would
also,
say so.
Also, you like sometimes you knock on a door or you see a sign on the door, and it says, "Please don't knock here. Night worker lives here."
Oh yes.
And I'm terribly empathic, so I think I can't possibly knock there.
So you ring the doorbell instead?
I don't even ring the doorbell. I don't leave a message. I don't leave sleeping pills or anything.
Yeah.
And then I go about 5 doors up the road where I think it's safe, and I knock on the door, and then about 8 dogs start barking and howling inside that. And the whole neighbourhood hears it.
Thereby waking up the person that you just tried to leave sleeping. Yes.
Absolutely, waking everybody up. Now, I want to go back to the other issue.
Are you really selling solar panels door to door?
What I do is very simple. It's like, are you thinking of it? And someone says, yes, we are. And I say, we'll have a chap come and talk to you about it endlessly until you sign on the line that is dotted.
Do not let this man across your threshold, because he is not leaving.
So that's what I do. I do the easy bit. I just say, hello. I make them feel sorry for me.
Right.
Normally by wearing the wrong attire in heavy rain. That's how I do it.
Right.
But anyway,
well,
Andrew...
I would say that asking them if you are safe would make them feel sorry for you.
Oh, I turn up with war wounds, with a limp, scars, all that, no problem. But also, I have to go back to the Angela Rayner thing.
Yeah.
Andrew Marr, who I really respect, he earlier on today said this is such a disaster for the Labour Party that if there was an election tomorrow, Nigel Farage would be Prime Minister. And I just thought, that's the most ridiculous thing. I don't know what polls he's reading, and I respect Andrew Marr, but really, like, the demographics, the concentrations of reform vote are in the very small minds of ex-football hooligans. I can't see that Farage would be Prime Minister tomorrow. What do you think?
It's as ludicrous as thinking that Donald Trump could become the President of the United States of America.
A president? Can you believe it?
It's that silly.
It's that silly. So maybe you're right. But also, I think that the other thing is, have you ever seen Witches of Eastwick?
Yes. Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson. That's a great film. Now, there is a scene in the film where he uses very bad language, builder's language.
Right.
But he talks about when they used to burn witches. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what's happened with Angela Rayner. I love her to bits. I think that she could be a future Prime Minister. And 2 years ago, I was saying to people, she's so good, she will get destroyed. And that's what's happened, is because, she's a woman, she's got ginger hair as well, for Christ's sake.
And she's from the north.
And she's from the north.
And working class.
And she's working class.
That's 4 strikes and she's out.
Yeah, 4 strikes and she's out. Absolutely. They were always going to go get her. And it's like, if you rewatch The Witches of Eastwick, there's a very rude scene and he says that men in particular...
Don't tell us.
I won't tell you the words, but he says men in particular, parts of their body go limp when confronted with a woman of obvious power.
Yeah, their wrists, mostly. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Zach says, interesting to see that the right-wing media have found a backbone. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that they paid extra attention when it comes to a female Labour working-class politician's error. It's as if Partygate never happened. Partygate never happened, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know. It's, okay then. I suppose I'll have to. Here are the headlines from The Telegraph. This was on the 29th of August. They wrote the following. Angela Rayner dodges £40,000 stamp duty. Boo! Deputy Prime Minister reduces tax bill for Hove Flat by declaring it as her main residence. That was published on the 29th of August in the Telegraph. Also published on the 29th of August in the Telegraph, headline, How to avoid tax on your second home. From stamp duty to council tax, shield your wealth from Labour's tightening net. Same day, same paper. And fast forward to today, headline, Angela Rayner resigns over tax scandal. Deputy PM steps down after Telegraph reveals she underpaid stamp duty on new £800,000 seaside flat. And in the Telegraph on the same day, how the Telegraph's tenacious reporting led to Angela Rayner's downfall, while they were literally and tenaciously telling its readers how to do the same thing it was decrying on other pages. And that is, I think, the response to the right-wing press in a nutshell. They're so utterly pleased with themselves. Gleeful they are. Another one's gone, and another one's gone, and another one bites the dust.
Rock and roll!
Here's a short list of the Tories that have been fired or had to resign before they were fired, or resigned because they could not live with the absolute rule-bending shower that they were working for. This is just recently. Within the last 5 or so years, Matt Hancock, Health Secretary, resigned after he violated his own department's social distancing rules by having an affair with an aide on television.
Disgusting.
Sajid Javid, Health Secretary, resigned following Boris Johnson's handling of the Chris Pincher scandal. Pincher by name, remember? Crazy Kwarteng, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, sacked in October 2022 after the financial market chaos caused by his mini-budget.
Absolutely.
As though it was all his fault, and his alone. Right. Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary, resigned in October 2022 over a security breach just 6 weeks into her role. Dominic Raab, the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary, resigned April 2023 following a report that upheld findings that he had engaged in bullying behaviour towards civil servants. Nadeem Zahawi.
And 1.
Yes.
2.
3.
11.
No. The Conservative Party chairman, Nadeem Zahawi, sacked January 2023 after an independent ethics inquiry found he had committed a serious breach of the ministerial code regarding his tax affairs.
What?
Gavin Williamson, May 2019, forced out over a leak from a high-level government meeting on the Chinese tech firm Huawei, which did not stop him from returning to government 2 months later, after which Gavin Williamson, the minister without portfolio, resigned in November following bullying allegations. Liam Fox, the then Defence Secretary, forced out amid pressure over his links with Adam Werrity, a friend who was given access to Whitehall meetings. Maria Miller, the then Culture Secretary, resigned amid continuing revelations about her use of parliamentary expenses. Stephen Crabb resigned when he was forced to admit sending suggestive text messages to a 19-year-old woman he had interviewed for a job. Michael Fallon forced out following allegations of sexual misconduct. Priti Patel, the then Development Secretary, sacked following revelations she had unsanctioned meetings with Israeli politicians on a family holiday. Damien Green, sacked after he made misleading statements about pornography found on his computer. And Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister himself, was forced to resign in July 2022 after a record number of ministerial resignations crippled his government. The mass walkout was a culmination of scandals including, but not limited to, Partygate. Remember?
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Doesn't really matter how many times you say it, Bodge.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Listen to him. He knows everything.
Albert in Croydon says, evening, Nick. I predict a leadership challenge for the Labour Party and Starmer can't blame anyone but himself. The man has lost control! ! As though that punctuation point at the end there makes it true. Just shouting at me. Yeah, whoever shouts the loudest wins. That's the new rules. Kieran in Maidstone says, did I just hear in the news that Donny has passed an executive order to rename the Department of Defence the Department of War? Yes. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Anything to own the libs. Yeah, and to get us to stop talking about his most close personal friend in the whole wide world for a good long while there.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Donny. Yeah, we're still talking about that, yeah. Lewisham. Hello, Peter.
Hey, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I was just wondering, you might want to carry on the theme of political, what's the word? Bad things happening, which involves me in a way. I've been a chauffeur in London for 25 years, and years ago I did a job including Gorbachev to Downing Street when Gordon Brown was in, and he was having breakfast basically at Gordon Brown at 7:30 in the morning. Now, I was the lead car in a 3-car motorcade, and Gorbachev, being the principal, was in the second car, and we had a third car as flank. No police outriders, so really under the radar was the way Gorbachev liked to be. Anyway, we got to Downing Street, dropped him at the door, parked up, and being 7:30 in the morning, I said to the copper on the front door, now, understand that we're just 3 civilians driving.
Yeah.
I said to the copper on the front door, is there anywhere we could get a bacon butty or something? And the copper's fine. He said, well, we got a staff canteen inside. I said,
really? A staff canteen inside number 10?
Yes.
How many people work inside number 10 that have got a staff canteen, for crying out loud?
No idea.
No idea.
I was a very short visitor.
Yeah.
Anyway, I waved the other 2 guys who were the other side of the road. No paps about, you understand.
Yeah.
And anyway, the little civil servant opens the door, and the copper says to him, these are Gorbachev's drivers, can they use the staff canteen? And he looked at me as though he knew me or we'd met. And he said, oh, you're SB, aren't you? Not knowing what SB was, I just said yes. Apparently it was a special branch.
Right.
So he said,
you could have been admitting to anything.
Well, the thing is, Nick, when you're a chauffeur for 20-odd years and you drive Rolls-Royces, Bentleys and all these high-end cars, when you get to security gates and you've got somebody important in the back, anybody asks you a question, you just say yes and they let you through.
Yeah.
So that's how it kind of goes. Anyway, he says, down the corridor, down the stairs, second on your left, on you go. So we goes in, there you go, there's a little canteen, and one of the other chauffeurs is an ex-copper, and he said, what did you say to get in to number 10 Downing Street? And I told him.
You used the magic key by saying the word yes.
Yes.
I didn't deny anything. So the thing was, he said, so you've just pretended to be special branch to get into the most secure building in the country. I said, yeah, well, you know,
You're
you've got to get in.
Yeah, exactly. Bacon butty.
I've got the photographs to prove it and everything in front of the number 10 door with the copper and the other 2 chauffeurs. It's one of my quality memories as a chauffeur. I hear, is it right you're a big Who fan?
Oh, that's it?
Oh, right, your ears pricked up there, because I used to tour with the Who.
Did you? Well, hang on a minute, because I thought that there was definitely going to be more to that story than that.
Oh, no, I didn't get arrested or anything.
But what did you get for breakfast?
Oh, big fry-up, subsidised, about £1.25. It was great.
Oh, well, you're welcome.
Yes, by the taxpayer.
Yes. Yeah, that was my sausage links you ate there.
There you go. No, it was great. And, you know, the BBC News was on, and we came out after, before Gorbachev. And Gorbachev, by the way, is a lovely guy. I don't know if you've ever met him. He's the coolest guy I've ever met. And we drove him for a week. He was doing his Ryoza Gorbachev Foundation charity meets. He met with U2 and all these superstars. But for years, I used to do high-profile stuff like the Brits, the BAFTAs. I toured with The Who. I drove Al Pacino, Robert De Niro for a week.
In what capacity did you tour with The Who?
Well, I was driving. I don't know how long. Well, you'll probably know these names. Pino Palladino used to be the bass. Cy Townsend, Pete's brother, and a guy called Tex, who was from Texas. He was percussion. Yeah, it's true. I was driving those three guys, and there was two other guys who were driving the rest of the band. And we closed Glastonbury on the Sunday night.
What year was that?
Awesome. It was, I think it's 2007. 2007, I think they closed.
The Who closed Glastonbury on Sunday night.
Yeah, they had the Legend stage. I've still got my tabard hanging up. One sec that says.
But they were the last act on Sunday night.
In 2007, yes.
Wow.
They were the Legend stage. It's probably on YouTube.
Right, but there is no Legend stage. There was a Legend slot that's on in the afternoon on Sunday about 3 o'clock. And I wouldn't have thought that The Who would occupy that position. They would have think that they're still, too relevant to be talked about as the Legends.
Maybe I'm wrong referencing it, but they were the last act on the Sunday night.
Okay, well, I find that surprising as well, because usually when I was going, the Sunday night act was very, very sort of on the down low, because they wanted everybody to leave. But if The Who were on, then everyone would have stayed. So maybe it was a Saturday night. Maybe you were confused, Peter. You didn't smoke anything that Keith Boone left lying around the place, did you? Oh, no, he would have been long gone.
That would have been terrible.
That would have been a bad mistake.
Too professional for
Big
that.
mistake, huge. All right, well, thanks for the memories. Kieran in Maidstone says, did I just... Oh, no, read that. I bought one of those electric fly swatters after your recommendation, says this, and now spend hours zapping the fruit flies in my compost bin. The wife is going mad having to listen to the sound of hundreds of crackers. I swear... I've gone through my entire life without noticing those tiny little fruit flies. They're about a quarter of the size of an ordinary housefly, and I'd say that they're more annoying. Okay, they don't make a noise, but they're just in your face. They fly too close to my beautiful face, and I'm not going to wave an electric bat around my face because I'm not that stupid. But and I would have thought that actually they would go straight through. Imagine what if you imagine a tennis racket that has electrified strings, that's pretty much what it is. But I would have thought that those tiny little flies would have sailed straight through the strings. But maybe you have a more closely woven one, in which case I'd like to know where you got it. Wendy says, please let me know if you got my message. Thank you. No, I didn't, Wendy. No. This says, what's your take on Vlad the Insaner, Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un discussing living to 150 and organ harvesting? Yeah, nothing to be concerned about there. No, and I bet they've all tried it already. Merthyr Tydfil, hello, Jeff.
Hiya, Nick. Do you see some of these events in the reform job today?
No, I did not. No.
Well, I was a bit open-mouthed actually, in the sense that I've never seen a show like it. Andrea Jenkins came on in a Silver Lame outfit, singing, "I'm an insomniac."
What?
I've never heard the song before, but it's only a one-liner, and she sang it for about a full minute.
She sang over and over, "I'm an insomniac," again and again.
Yes, and paraded about in this outfit, which obviously gave a lot of palpitations to the audience. The garments,
those still alive, yeah. Why was she doing? Why was she doing that? Hang on, Andrea. Yeah. Why was she doing that? Why was she singing that?
I have no idea, but she did.
Okay, here we go. Dame Andrea Jenkins makes rock star entrance to Reform UK conference singing "I'm an Insomniac."
Yes.
Wearing a sparkly blue jumpsuit, the Reform UK Mayor of Greater Lincolnshire belted out. She's the Reform UK Mayor of Greater Lincolnshire.
Yes. She's the one. She's the one that used to do the single finger gesture when she was in some.
Right. So why is she? Why is she? Of course, yeah. Why is she singing?
I have no idea, but it absolutely dumbfounded me.
Speaking to the crowd after her musical introduction, a dame. Oh, she's a dame. Nothing like a dame. She said, "Is this god-awful Labour government giving you sleepless nights and insomnia too?" She said, "I co-wrote this song nearly 20 years ago with a now dearly departed friend, God bless him. At the time, I was in a rock band, and I was always a bit of a rebel. Then I became a Conservative MP."
Well, this event was followed by none other than the glamour puss Nadine Dorries coming on.
Yeah, Nadine Dorries, the big reveal.
With huge. She was like Beyonce coming on. You know, it was a real show. You know.
Yeah, well, it's not the kind of show that I would cross the street to see, even if it was free. Even if you picked me up and carried me over the road, I would still find some way not to go.
Well, all I can tell you, Nick, is that I was expecting to see somebody like Anne Widdicombe coming on with an outfit on.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. Anyway, it was followed by a woman who has deserted the Conservative, a refugee from the Conservative Party, like they all were. She was a member of the Senate, and she came on to say that there's got to be a time when when the Welsh Assembly or the Welsh Senate is not going to perform as it should do, and we'll abolish it. And apparently, it's annoyed Farage, because he's got to run in an election next year, and it has caused great displeasure.
Right. Well, it's the problem with him is that the people he keeps choosing keep being inappropriate for the job that he's choosing them for.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
I couldn't agree more.
And just to keep you informed, there's the guy who was carrying the drone in that massive event for Trump, where the military marched past in magnificent, very similar to what took place in China this week with it was, and the guy who was carrying the drone, they've sort of looked at him, and they found that he was doing a little skip now and again.
A skip?
And it turns out that it was his birthday, and that's what the drone was all about.
Oh wow, that's such a beautiful story.
and finally, Nick, the list of banned people from the Goose and Cuckoo now is just so long. We've got to put Andrea on there, Nadine, she's on there, Anne Widdicombe. The list is endless.
Yeah, it's just going to be you and the barkeep by the time they read through the list of people who have been banned at the Goose and Cuckoo. Yeah. All right. Good news. Thanks a lot, Jeff. 0345 6060 973. Paul in Manchester says, good job that Gavin Williamson told Putin to shut up and go away. Imagine the havoc he could have wreaked upon the world had he not been firmly put in his box.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Now, wait a minute. I don't like that kind of talk. Now, just stop it. It upsets me.
On the subject that we were just discussing, Lee in Worthing says, Nick, have you seen the new Andrea Jenkins Eurovision entry? I think we've peaked as a nation. I think we've peaked as a species. Greenwich, Kathleen.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Hi. Thank you for taking the call.
Thank you for making your call.
Just listen to the news. I'm sure that David Lammy has taken Angela Rayner's position. Is that true? Or
yeah.
Did you listen to that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's right?
Do I think
it's so? Or
are you asking me if it's true, or asking me whether it's a good idea?
That? No, I'm imagining it.
Are you what?
Is that true, or am I imagining it?
Oh, are you hallucinating? God, wouldn't it be marvellous if we were hallucinating? Yeah, no, David Lammy is going to be Justice Secretary and Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, he's a nice fella. Don't you think he's a nice man? I think he's a nice man.
I've never met him.
No, I've never met him, but I think he's okay.
Okay. You admire him from afar.
Oh, yes, far away. The other thing is, like, I love Ken Dodd, the music you play, Ken Dodd, Happiness.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when he got off the train in Liverpool, there's a giant statue.
Oh, Ken Dodd. When Ken Dodd got off the train in Liverpool, there was a giant statue of him.
No. No, there is a giant statue when you got off the train in Liverpool. Did you know that? Have you ever got off the train in Liverpool?
I've never got off the train at Liverpool.
No, it's amazing. You got off the train in Liverpool.
It's amazing.
The giant statue is amazing because you get off the train in Liverpool, giant statue of Ken Dodd, and not only that, you go a few steps away and there's a shopping centre, and there they have their own radio station that blares out the whole Liverpool, and it's amazing. It's like
it's Ken Dodd all day, every day, 24-hour Ken.
No, it's 1960s, 70s Beatles, all that 1960s music, all that. They have their own radio station in the shopping centre.
Wow. Okay. Well,
have you ever been there?
No, I have not, but I know where to send my CV. All right. Good work. Thanks a lot, Kathleen. 0345 6060 973. I have the new the list of the new look cabinet. Would you like me to read them from top to bottom?
No.
Okay then. They may not be around long enough for you to bother yourself remembering their names. So let's just pass on that. But I do want to talk about Nadine Dorries. Nigel Farage has welcomed Nadine Dorries' move to reform as a big signing. You know, like when David Bowie signed for EMI.
Rock and roll!
And at the news that Nadine Dorries has left the Tories in a big signing move, Farage said it shows the Tory party is beginning to disintegrate before our eyes. Well, I think that started during the tenure of the man that Nadine looks at like no other person.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Like she's in love, L-U-V. The Tories are disintegrating because the previous leader, well, not the previous one, but the one before that. Oh, no, there was the blink and you missed it leader. The one before that. Him. Yeah, he started the party rotting from the inside. And now they're together on the pages of the paper that patriotically tells you what a hellhole this country is on a daily basis. Nadine and Mr. Blobby both write a column for the Tally. The Mail, isn't it? After months of secret negotiations, the former Conservative Culture Secretary, Ms. Dorries, is joining forces with the Reform UK leader. That's right. She was the Conservative Culture Secretary, you remember? When she insisted on television that Channel 4 should be privatised because it should not get public money. Which would be fine, except that it doesn't get public money. Something you'd think an actual culture secretary would know, or at least look up, before appearing before a select committee on television. And she was the one that tried to defend the indefensible Bodge for all that partying that he did while fining us poor dopes who pay taxes for meeting one other person on a park bench. You know, his up-all-night business meetings. And you might remember how she stood swaying in the lobby of the Palace of Westminster, looking like she was trying to balance on a football, when she was telling us how great a human being the Bodge was. And that was when she offered the news that Boris Johnson always tells the truth.
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Yeah, sure you did. At all times. Wasn't Nadine Dorries the one that Liz Truss said would make an excellent... No, she was the one that said Liz Truss would make an excellent Prime Minister because she wore £4.50 earrings. The shortest-serving Prime Minister in history who single-handedly tanked the economy at about the time it would take to put on those earrings.
Absolutely.
That Nadine Dorries. The one that Farage celebrated defecting to Reform as a significant addition to the team. He said, she's been there, she knows the problems, she crosses the line from being just a politician into celebrity. She's been in the jungle like me. He actually said that. And the thing about her being a major signing, well, it would be a major signing if the party that she was leaving would miss her. It's like in football. If it's a major signing, but the team that you're signing them from is eager to let them go, it's not such a major signing then. I mean, would the Tories miss Nadine Dorries? Would the defection of Nadine Dorries affect the Conservative Party in any way?
No.
Is she important to them?
No.
Will there be a big Nadine-sized hole now she's gone?
No.
I don't think so. So is she a big signing? And the Mail is on a mission to make Farage our next Prime Minister for some reason. Could it be that it has something to do with offshore media-owning billionaires being confident of paying less tax under a Farage leadership? I don't know whether that's true. We're just asking questions, you and me, Nige. Hey. The Mail says the move by Nadine Dorries, who spent 18 years as a Tory MP and is now a novelist and Daily Mail columnist, will help to counter criticism that Reform is just a one-man band. Even senior figures in Reform have conceded that, as things stand, Farage would struggle to fill the seats around the cabinet table with ministers of sufficient experience and ability. I think he'd struggle to fill seats with Reform members who would be able to find their way to the room the cabinet meets in. But anyway, don't worry about that. If a future Farage cabinet gets any criticism of their inability and experience, they can simply ban those journalists doing the criticising. Like the Reform Council leader did in Nottingham. Problem solved. And then they can lecture us about free speech behind a wall that keeps journalists out. Because nothing says integrity like doing the thing that you're condemning the other side of doing and expecting to get away with it. But of the defection of Nadine Dorries, a Conservative friend of Ms. Dorries said last night, the Ravens are leaving the tower. Well, right idea, wrong bird. 0345 6060 973. Wandsworth, Emily. An ecstasy of fumbling. Yes, Emily.
Oh, it's good to talk. I haven't spoken to you for quite a while, so it's great to speak to you again. I just wanted to confirm the guy that you had on maybe 3 calls before me.
Yeah.
Who did close Glastonbury in 2007.
Huh.
And the reason that I was kind of passionate about calling in about that is because I work in that industry. And basically what happens with festivals is they will have at least 3-4 really big main acts, and they spread them out over the 3-4 days that the festival goes on. So it'll be like a massive act opening. There'll be smaller acts in between.
I know all this, Emily, but the thing with Glastonbury that's not like other festivals is...
It is, and I've worked for some pretty big festivals.
You should listen to what I'm saying before you disagree with me. The thing about Glastonbury that's not like other festivals is that you can't just buy a day ticket. That's why they string big acts over the whole of the weekend.
It's a weekend ticket, and that's why they do it. So when they close, they have a big closure and they have a big opening. And who actually did close it in 2007?
Well, I believe you. I mean, it was one of the years that maybe I'd stopped going by 2000. I guess I had.
I believe some of the stories that guy was telling you because I've been in similar situations where I would tell people stories and they'd look at me and go, wow, no, and unless you're there. And
all right, okay. Well, I mean, my experience of going to Glastonbury, which was about 10 years from 1982 onwards, they always put a very, very low-down act that wasn't going to excite the audience last thing on Sunday because they really did want us to leave. So it would be like Fela Kuti or, somebody of that ilk. Somebody that people would think, well, let's just go. But thanks a lot, Emily. Cheers, my dear.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
Yeah!
You know, some whack job can say this stuff and get away with it?
They just think, what can we do today to stop people, concentrating on the fact that they've just lost their job and you can't afford anything in the grocery store anymore, and I haven't come through with any of the promises that I said that I was going to. Plus, get their minds off you-know-what.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's rename the Department of Defense the Department of War. That'll keep them occupied for, about a week. And then we'll come up with someone else. What was that? Hegseth said something like, we're going to restore victory, a sense of victory in America. Yeah, well, like all of those wars that America has won, like, all the wars that America has won, like, they've started a lot of wars. I just can't think of any that they've won off the top of my head. Nope. Nothing's occurring to me. But best of luck with that name change, because that's going to make a difference. Dan in Sanderson said, I spent years in schools and universities studying maths and physics to learn that time is a linear social construct. Blimey, he's just blown my mind.
Yowza.
He says, now I'm old and not so convinced anymore. Time is in log space. The older you get, the faster it goes. Well, I think it's a very, very complicated way of thinking about it, Dan, and I can't say that I understood any of it. But I think that the reason that time appears to be going faster when you get older is that each moment is a smaller percentage of the time that you've been alive. When you're 5 years old, then, summer holidays from school, it felt like it went on forever. You actually got bored. I was actually yearning for the time when, the back-to-school displays were in W.H. Smith's shop window again. Time to buy a new pencil. That's because a summer was a very large percentage of the time that you'd been alive back then. But, get to this age, and it's a much, much smaller percentage. That's why it appears to be going faster as you get older. Alex says, watching that lying, toad-faced, Putin-loving, gammon-baiting grifter get utterly torn apart in the US was hilarious to see, especially so given that he has potentially lied under oath and ran from the hearing like a coward. As Donny Gropenfuhrer is doing his best to copy Putin, the Clacton gas bag is doing his best to copy Trump. Well, that last part, yes. He absolutely is doing his best to copy Trump. And if you like what Donald Trump is doing to America, then you'll be absolutely thrilled with a Nigel Farage premiership. It'll be right up your street. All right, here we go. I'll have to deal with it eventually, I suppose. Angela Rayner has stood down from... that doesn't sound right, does it? Has stood down. Has stood down. I know it's correct, but it doesn't sound it. From the top... Angela Rayner has stood down from the government after the Prime Minister's ethics advisor found she had breached the ministerial code. No! This is over underpayment of stamp duty on her £800,000 seaside flat, if you please. Laurie Magnus, he is the Prime Minister's ethics advisor. He found that Rayner had acted with integrity and with a dedicated and exemplary commitment to public service. Oh, well, then she's got to be fired. He actually said that. Acted with integrity and with a dedicated and exemplary commitment to public service. Can you imagine that, Bodge? No. But he concluded she had breached the ministerial code over her tax affairs. So, that's it. She's out.
Bye-bye.
Gone. In her resignation letter, Rayner said that she deeply regrets her decision not to seek additional specialist tax advice over the purchase of her Hove property. She said she also had to consider the significant toll that the ongoing pressure of the media was taking on her family. despite her journey from a teenage mum from a council estate in Stockport to the highest level of government being the honour of her life. And that is partly the reason why the press just couldn't stand her, was that she'd come from a council estate in Stockport. Not just any old council estate, but a council estate in the north.
What?
Yeah. And she had ginger hair and refused to be cowed by their attacks. In his handwritten response, quite bad handwriting, I thought, for somebody in his position. It was a bit scrawly, a bit like a doctor, you would imagine. In his handwritten response, Starmer said Rayner would remain a major figure in our party and would continue to fight for the causes that she cares so passionately about. Rayner's departure leaves the Labour government without one of its most authentic and powerful working-class voices. She had referred herself to the ethics advisor after confirming that she would have to pay more stamp duty, which experts had predicted could run to as much as 40,000, because she had incorrectly paid the lower rate on the flat in Hove. And unless you are a tax expert and do this kind of stuff for a living, I challenge you to figure out how much tax you should have actually paid. At the time, I mean, which I suppose that they inherited it, but they could have done something about it to this point to, fix the complication of it. But, they had other things to think about. At the time, Rayner said she deeply regretted that the error had been made after classifying her flat as the only property, despite spending much of her time with her children at the family house in Ashton-under-Lyne in Greater Manchester. OK, here's how it's complicated. Months before the Hove purchase, she put her stake in the Ashton house in a trust set up to manage a payment to one of her sons who had been left with lifelong disabilities. Because her son is the beneficiary of that trust and is under 18, Rayner was still counted as having a financial interest in it for tax purposes. So it's because her son is under 18 that all of this happened. However, when she bought the Hove flat, she declared she did not have an interest in any other property, which is reasonable, considering that she put her stake up in that house into a trust. She declared she did not have an interest in any other property, allowing her to pay a lower stamp duty rate of about £30,000. The high rate would be in about 70 grand, something like that. So that's it. It's an inability to comprehend the unbelievably complicated rules and regulations about who owes what to whom and when. All of which, I would imagine, were written in a way that allows the super-rich to jump through the kind of holes that aren't available to ordinary people like you and me. I apologise for calling you ordinary. You're not ordinary. You're a beautiful and special human being. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. The Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, said Rayner's position was untenable for days. In a video posted on X, she said, "It says everything about Keir Starmer's weak leadership that he had to wait for a report before acting. The truth is simple. She dodged tax. She lied. Her position was untenable for days," says Kemi Badenoch, who has never lied about anything at all in her entire life. In other news, doubts have surfaced over Kemi Badenoch's claim to have been offered a place at a prestigious US university medical school at the age of 16, with admission staff unable to recall the proposal and the university not providing the course she said she'd been accepted on. The Conservative leader said in interviews that she was offered a place and a partial scholarship to study medicine, describing it as pre-med at Stanford University in California, one of the most competitive universities in the US. Small problem, medicine is only offered to graduates at Stanford. There is no pre-med degree. When asked for clarification, the Conservatives then said that Badenoch had not applied, but had been offered the place by a number of universities, including Stanford, on the basis of good exam results in US standardized tests. But academic and admissions experts have cast doubt on this, saying it was an impossible scenario. Joe Reeder, the Stanford admissions officer at the time of Badenoch's application, who was responsible for international students and the allocation of bursaries, said he would have been responsible for offering Badenoch a place and had not done so. Although 30 years have passed, he said, I would definitely remember if we admitted a Nigerian student with any financial aid. The answer is that we did not do so, he said. He said, I assure you that we would not have admitted a student based on test scores alone, nor would we have mailed an invitation to apply to any overseas students based on test scores. Well, that's just one bloke. Irena Smith is another former Stanford admissions officer who began there in 1999. She said, I have not ever heard of a student being offered a spot at Stanford based on high SAT scores alone without admitting a full application. And then The Guardian also consulted Ivy League admissions coaches, an author specialising in college admissions, several Stanford graduates, and an Ivy League vice provost. All who spoke to The Guardian said they did not believe it was plausible for a place to be offered proactively on exam results alone. One senior US academic said that he had never heard of any exemptions, not even for internationally renowned child prodigies or royalty. Oh, not now. Later. But these people are just experts in possession of facts. So in this one instance, we are all very interested in what they have to say. Ordinarily, we wouldn't be, if they're just experts. In an interview with The Times in 2024 with Badenoch, the interview says, at 16, her US SAT scores won her a partial pre-med scholarship to Stanford, but her family still couldn't afford the place. So sad. The claim that Badenoch had an early offer from Stanford has been mentioned in numerous other newspaper articles. In a profile in The Spectator in 2020, it says Badenoch won a part scholarship to Stanford University to study medicine. The same claim is made in a profile in the Daily Mail last year. But on its website, the university says Stanford does not have a pre-med major. For any of the health professions, you may major in any discipline. Medicine is a graduate degree. But maybe the admissions officers and the vice provost of the university and university graduates and the university's own website are all wrong. And Kemi Badenoch really is bright enough to be accepted to study at perhaps the world's most prestigious university at the age of just 16. It could be that she is that intelligent. Is there any evidence of that? You decide. Badenoch, by the way, has spoken in the past of how she was let down by poor British teaching in her final school years, having moved to the UK from Nigeria. At age 16, she was studying part-time at Phoenix College, a further education college in Morden, and she achieved a B in biology, a B in chemistry, and a D in maths.
What?
And while I'm no intellect myself, I don't think that 2 Bs and a D marks you out as gifted or special or so talented that an American university would call for you to travel 6,000 miles so they could be nearer your brain.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
This is absolute tosh.
This says, what is the difference between a mural and a painting? It says, this is not a joke, but I'm sure that Meghan Markle would be in the mix somewhere if it got her more attention. What's the difference between a mural and a painting? Well, a mural is something that's painted directly onto a wall, and a painting is something that is painted onto canvas or some other medium. I think I've probably got that right. You're welcome. Sunderland, Louise.
Hi, Nick.
Louise.
Nick, I am phoning in response to a text that you had earlier about a hatchery store, which is some kind of fancy alarm clock come lamp where it wakes you up with natural light. Mm-hmm. Right, well, I have something far better. So I have a tease made in my bedroom. Have you ever used one?
No, but in order to buy one, I think you'd have to invent a time machine and go back to the 1970s.
Well, it definitely does look like it's come out of the 1970s, but you can still buy them. They're not the easiest thing to get a hold of, but they are still made and you can still buy them. and they are absolutely phenomenal. And I honestly don't know how any adult wakes up without one. because
I just don't like the idea of it at all.
It's amazing. It's absolutely superb. Because
how busy are you that you can't just get out of bed and make a cup of tea, for crying out loud?
But who wants to get out of bed when you can just continue to lie in bed?
Yeah, but lying in bed is you don't want to have to balance hot drinks while you're lying in bed. You just want to, be all snuggly.
But, Nick, I don't have the energy to get out of bed until I've had the cup of coffee and let the caffeine soak into my veins.
Hang on a minute. It's a tea's made and it makes coffee?
Yes, it does. So all it really does is it just boils water, and that's it. And then it filters the water. Once the water boils, it filters it into a teapot. But instead of putting tea bags in there, I sometimes just have coffee. But what wakes you up is not an alarm, although an alarm does go off, but you wake up to the sound of the water boiling.
Yeah, gurgling.
Yes, and it's just a much nicer sound to wake up to than any kind of alarm clock.
All alarm clocks seem to use the same bell, which I hate a very great deal indeed.
Yeah, they're horrible. They wake you up with a real shock. But I did buy my friend a proper 1970s teas made, because I'd gone on and on so much about how every adult should have a teas made. And I bought him a 1970s one, and he can't use it because that one, the alarm is so annoying on it, and it doesn't, the sound of the water boiling doesn't wake him up, but it's a really, really crackly, shrill alarm, and he can't use it. But it is a very beautiful thing. But yes, Nick, buy yourself a teas made. It'll be the best thing you've ever done.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort, Louise. Well, let me ask you a question about that. Say yes.
Yes, I'm waiting for the question.
How many times have you ever cleaned that tea's made? Never.
No, I do. I do clean it. I make sure. And if I've gone away on holiday, I fill it up. I mean, you don't have to, but I fill it up and I let it run through about 3 or 4 times, just to make sure that there's nothing grotty going on in there.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't sound like cleaning much. That's just a sluice through. Isn't it? Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, but I do clean it. It's very, very clean, because otherwise you get splashes of coffee inside, and it would really be quite disgusting.
So do you actually sit there in bed drinking coffee when you could actually be, greeting the day? You could be throwing the curtains open and greeting the day. But instead you're sitting there in the dark.
Well, I usually play Sudoku or something while I let the caffeine wake me up.
Right.
I can't wake up without it.
Don't you like to eat something in first thing in the morning?
Well, no, because I don't have the energy to go downstairs and put a slice of bread in the tub.
Right, you haven't actually got the energy to chew at that time in the morning. I understand.
Indeed.
Well, you could put some biscuits in the teapot, and when the hot water reaches the biscuit, then it will sort of dissolve into mush, and you could get your sustenance that way.
Nick, that sounds quite disgusting, but I may consider buying some of those small packets of biscuits to keep by the bed.
Yeah.
And then if I balloon in weight, I shall blame you.
Okay, yeah, all my fault. All right, thanks for the good news there, Louise. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. This text says, I can't believe that Nigel Farage is going to be the next Prime Minister. No, I can't either. And people keep saying it, you're going to make it happen, so stop saying it. But, the media is doing the exact same thing that they did with Donald Trump. They're putting him on 24 hours a day and not contesting any of the dodgy things that he says. Not calling him out on any of the untruths that dropped from his lips. Liar! Not questioning him about his what's the word? His the fundamental policy of his, which is Brexit. Not asking him about any of that at all. How's Brexit going, by the way, Nige?
Brexit's going great.
Glad to hear it. They just point their cameras at him and then just let him bang on endlessly. And then it's back to the studio and they nod and that's it. No questions. Exact same thing that happened with Trump, giving him millions and millions and millions of pounds of free publicity. It's almost as though they are all of the right-wing press in this country now are determined to make that man our next Prime Minister. And I've said this before, but if you imagine that the offshore billionaires who own Britain's media have your best interests at heart, then I've got a perfectly working, scratch-free second-hand car I'd like to sell you. Let's see, who's been waiting the longest? I'll be fair about this. It's East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I want to talk to you about Trump's bingo card, but just before I do...
What was that noise?
Not mine.
Well, I've made my phone silent. How could it possibly be me?
Well,
is there another phone in here? Because this happened about an hour or so ago, and I checked my phone and nothing was on there. Somebody left their phone in here, do you reckon? It's not one of those phones that somebody leaves that makes sex noises while I'm on the air, is it?
Disgusting.
Because I was reading about that. Anyway, Mike, back to you.
That phone might be here to record us because now we're living in North Korea.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
But I was saying mad back. I'm just waiting for the video of her with a big puppy dog eyes and adoring look walking at heels to Farage now instead of...
No, I think she only has eyes for him.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Just for him.
But your Trump bingo card, I think you said that you've got on it a broadcast execution.
Broadcast executions, yes, that's right.
Well, it sort of happened this week.
What?
Because Trump posted on his social media a powerboat getting blown up by the Americans in the Caribbean, apparently with 11 Venezuelans on it.
Right.
So he's sort of gone there. He's actually put it on there. And you've seen the language that they're using of, they come here, we'll blow them away, and all this stuff. And Hexeth got on, saying just pretty much the same thing, we'll just blow them away. Well, they were claiming that there were 11 Venezuelan cartel members on it, and drugs. But they've blown it to the bottom of the ocean, so nobody will know.
Right.
But in all seriousness, the cartels don't transport the goods themselves. They just use little people.
Right.
There's no way that you're going to have 11 serious cartel members alongside a load of drugs in a powerboat miles from America. I mean, it's insanity, but they don't care.
No. Yes. In that order, yeah. I think that the human race needs to sit in the corner and think about what it's done, because we really seem to have taken a wrong turn back a ways a while, and I think it would be to the benefit of all humankind if we just retraced our steps and made sure that we take the right turn in the future.
Well, yeah, there is that. And what was worse, actually, Nick, I forgot this bit. There was somebody from the American Navy talked to the American press and said there was really no need to do this. We could have apprehended that quite easily.
Right. But Trump decided to, make a big splash and act like a tough guy by remotely blowing up some people that he had absolutely no idea who they were. I mean, it could have been anybody.
Exactly, and the evidence was guaranteed to be at the bottom of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
I mean, it does worry you, and then Farage talking about us being North Korea, for Christ's sake. I mean, the other thing was he didn't mention, when he was doing his speech, he's on about us and freedom of speech, but what he didn't point out was that to get to America, you have to surrender your social media history. And if you said anything they don't like, they won't let you in.
That is absolutely true.
That with free speech.
Yeah, exactly. Well, also the free speech of Farage's own party throwing out a local newspaper, not just one reporter, the entire paper, for having the temerity to ask them reasonable questions. Well, I might get to that in a while. All right, kind of depressing, Mike, but thanks for that.
Leading Britain's conversation. Nick Abbott. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
I'm not a big fan of his brain.
Mac texts, Myers Cough College in Preston in Lancashire offers an honours degree course in grass biology, soil drainage, turf maintenance and sport surface demands. He says, imagine doing a 4-year degree in it and still knowing less about grass than Donny.
I know more about grass than any human being, I think, anywhere in the world. Grass has a life. Do you know that? Grass has a life. You know, we have a life and grass has a life.
I'll sum that up for you. This says, after this tragic situation about Angela Rayner losing a job resulting in a total carbonate reshuffle, cabinet maybe? A total carbonate reshuffle. Who knew that she was doing all these jobs? Has anyone thought to ask how Meghan Markle was coping with this sudden loss of headlines? And Caroline says, apparently there's a strange object heading our way through space and some astrophysicists think it might be aliens. Hopefully they're the benign kind on a mission to sort humanity out. No, I think it's entirely more likely that they would have got some wind of what is going on in these parts. They'll throw a giant glass ball around the planet and use it as a zoo. Be selling tickets to their alien mates. Come and look at this lot. Hackney. Hello, Richard.
Nick, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I wanted to talk to you. You mentioned a lying, toad-faced, Putin-loving grifter.
Yeah, well, not my phrase. I was just reading. Just reading off the screen. That's all.
Yes, I know. I've no idea that, but I did want to talk to you about Nigel Farage.
Oh.
But before we do that, have you seen Gavin Newsom's new trolling of Trump?
Well, I've seen a lot of it. Which one are you specifically talking about?
It's where he says, now, I'm going to say this, and your instinct is going to be to reach for a button. I'm going to say, don't do it, because that's not where this is going. He said, I took the Montreal cognitive test.
Yeah.
And they asked me for 5 words. Mm-hmm. And then 10 minutes later, they said, can you repeat those 5 words? Mm-hmm. And he said, yes. Where are the Epstein files?
Well, they were in the right order, and you do get extra points for getting them in the right order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
So that's very good.
So I know nothing of this man. I know nothing of his politics. I mean, apparently Democrats are saying he's not quite the same, but finally somebody's playing him at his own game.
Exactly. And it just holds a mirror up to the stupidity that pours out of that man. And his fans love it, of course. Oh, yeah, he's really sticking it to the libs. Because anything that will upset somebody else is enough for them to support him, regardless of what he is doing to them personally.
And why are we trying to recreate it over here? Why do we look at that Spitfire and say, that looks good, I'd like my house to look like that?
Yeah, because we have a similar person in this country who is being treated in a similar way. His fans treat him like they've joined a cult. They believe everything he says, despite everything he has said and promised in the past not coming true.
Oh, you're more diplomatic. I was going to say being a lie.
Well, we've subsequently found that all of these promises that were made about Brexit were lies, or they were misinformed. Let's put it like that.
Well, see, the thing is, I spent my life trying not to fall into conspiracy theories. And now I find I'm sitting here going like, it is an enormous power of money and press that are conspiring to make Nigel Farage the next Prime Minister.
Yeah, there's a big push on. Huge.
And the way they are doing it is very easy. I used to work in advertising, and the way we had in advertising was you don't sell the product, you just say the name.
Right.
You say it over and over and over again, so that when the housewife goes into the supermarket, yes, no, I'm sorry, I'm from that era.
Yeah.
They don't think about anything else. They just go like, oh, okay, I know that name.
Yes. I feel positively about it because of the nice pictures of people with straight teeth who are smiling while they're holding it.
I'm constantly being told there is a real danger of Nigel Farage being the next Prime Minister.
Yeah.
What? Why? From what evidence? Where? I mean, people say, oh, it's the polls. These are the same polls that told me that Neil Kinnock was going to be Prime Minister.
Right.
These are the same polls that told me that Jeremy Corbyn was going to be Prime Minister.
Yeah.
I put the support for reform at about 4%.
Wow.
1 in 25.
Right, well, I've got no idea, and neither do you. I mean, the polling.
I do, actually. I'm not saying that out of nothing.
Okay.
I've got numbers.
Go on.
There are 317 councils.
Yeah.
Reform have 10 of them. That's 3%. Right? There are 800. What? There are 18,000 councillors. Reform have 816. That's 4.5%.
Yeah.
And there are, I don't know how many MPs they have because I haven't checked since lunchtime. Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 5? I mean, how many are there at the moment? How many Reform MPs are there at the moment?
Yeah, I get the point, but I think that there
50.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I know, but that's our screwed up voting system. I mean, they got more votes than warrants that small number of MPs. But regardless of that,
let me say this. Let me say this before you let me go.
Okay.
Let me say this. Okay, Reform have 5 MPs out of 650. Sinn Féin have 7 MPs. Nobody is talking about Gerry Adams being the next Prime Minister.
Right, but they're not polling like Farage is. But I think Farage is polling that high because the right-wing media keep pointing their camera. Exactly, they keep pointing their cameras at him and let him just go on endlessly without question.
We're doing exactly what they did with Donny. He's good TV,
Exactly.
so stick a camera in his face.
It's ratings, yeah.
Yeah, he's a clown, so film him. There you go, you're entertained. Oh my God, we've elected him. Now the country is falling to bits. Oh, how did that happen? It must be the woke people's fault.
Yeah.
Let's bring in new laws and crack down on them.
Well, it's misdirected anger from his cult fans. They are, and it's the same. It's a different version of the same thing. People are persuaded that it is not that the problems in their lives are caused by the people beneath them on the ladder pulling them down. That's not it. The problems with their lives are caused by the people above them on the ladder pushing them down. But the people below them don't have media outlets in order to propagate these lies. So they just keep banging away over and over again. The problem is, it just depends on what year and what day it is. It could be single mothers. It could be benefits cheats. At the moment, it's people
Rayner.
It's people in small boats. There's always somebody, a small identifiable minority that you can get angry at. And I would have said that, we're smarter than America in this country. We, overall, our intelligence level is higher. We wouldn't get caught like that. But having seen the videos of some of the people that are screaming at hotels and putting flags up halfway up lampposts, I'm not sure that's true. I think I may have misjudged this country. I think we've got just as many dinglings in this country as they do in America. Yeah, and they are persuaded that their sad and pathetic lives are that way because of somebody else, rather than their own blooming fault or luck, because that's what most of life is. You either have good or bad luck, but it's very difficult to pin blame on luck, because what is it? Anyway, don't get me started, Richard. Oh, you already have. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. York. Hello, Claire.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Claire.
Hi. Oh, I'm so upset about Angela Rayner going, and to top it all off, Farage today in his speech called Angela Rayner entitled. Honestly, if I could, I was near exploding. I mean, this privately educated millionaire city trader calling Angela Rayner entitled because of this tax mistake, which it's got to be repeated. Laurie Magnus, the ethics advisor, went to pains to say that she had acted in good faith and with integrity. But like most legal documents, you have disclaimers at the bottom. When she had those two advisors tell her that she had to pay the lower tax, they put these disclaimers at the bottom. Well, you should ask, for someone else, So she's been caught out. She had to go. I understand that. But this is an American imported right-wing tactic that Trump has started in America, and it's come here. He's just invented this new job of housing financial fraud, and they're only going after Democrats. They've gone after the Fed governor, Lisa Cook, trying to oust her over mortgage irregularities.
Yeah.
They're going after the Attorney General, Letitia James, who prosecuted him, and they're also going after Adam Schiff, the representative who first impeached him. So we're just copying America, and it's just so depressing to see. And all the conservatives now complaining, saying that Starmer should have sacked her earlier. I remind them about Nadim Serhawi, who owed millions and was being investigated by HMRC. He failed to to declare that when he was given the job of Chancellor, and then he complained and tried to gag news outlets and tax experts with gag orders, trying so that they wouldn't report it, and then complained when he was investigated by the ethics and standards person.
But other than that, he's a nice guy.
86%, 5
Full
million,
of numbers.
and of course
Full
over
of numbers.
50%. And
fills
what
the
I'm
air
saying
with
is
noise and numbers,
an additional
signifying
162
nothing.
Million.
And of course,
Yep.
And of course, Boris Johnson didn't get rid of
Wait a minute.
didn't get rid of Priti Patel when she was found to have breached the ministerial code, when she was found to have bullied. So I mean, it's just such hypocrisy, and it's just.
Well, you were expecting something else?
Well,
no.
I expected better from the media, and you're right.
Oh, come on, Claire. The media don't care one way or the other. They just want ratings, that's all. That's why they put Farage on the air all the time, is because people watch him if they hate him, and people watch him if they love him. Same as Trump. It's the exact same thing that's playing out here. Yeah. And by the way, I think it's the same people behind both with the same money, and it's the same project. If you like what's happening in America, then you'll absolutely love what happens in this country under a Farage premiership. Because It might look as though he's getting things done, but what he's actually getting things done is turning the people who voted for him into those people who go on the internet and cry into their phones because they've just lost their job, or their business has just folded because of this stupid tariffs thing, or their farm has been taken from them because they used to sell to China, and that's not happening anymore. And they're crying that they only voted for Trump because they thought he was going to be cruel to other people, not me. So if that's what you want in your future, then, go ahead.
And I can't believe there hasn't been more coverage of Nigel Farage going to America to slag off UK and then traitorously ask that the US to sanction us because of our online safety laws, which, by the way, Nadine Dorries was spearheaded, and now she's been invited into reform with open arms.
Yeah, but you forget, Claire, that he does own some Union Jack socks, so that means
right.
he must be a patriot. I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. 0345, calm down, dear, it might never oh, no, that's right. It already has.
This is LBC. Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I'm taking you off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
I think that nice lady I just talked to was having a breakdown. She just can't stand it anymore. Keith in Hatfield says, Nick, I hear that Angela Rayner is joining Reform. She says it's the only way she'll get any coverage on the BBC. And Steve says, apple crumble. Just realised I was hungry, that you can have it in the freezer forever and still tastes as good. Does that make sense? Apple crumble. Just realised as I was hungry that you can have it in the freezer forever and it still tastes as good. Just useful to stock up your freezer in your war room, says Steve. Well, that's just good advice. I mean, in case of emergencies, you want a supply of water, a wind-up radio, and some frozen apple crumble. And Jerry in Leytonstone says, I feel for Angela Rayner. I knew the price of stamps had increased, but 40 grand? I can only think she must have bought a book at 12. Norbury. Hello, Tony. Oh, Tony? Is there anybody out there? Yes, sir. Oh, too late. Very, very sad. Bath. Hello, Laura.
Hi, Nick.
Laura.
How are you?
I am great, mate.
Couple of things to pick apart tonight. You were talking about Nadine Dorries earlier. I'm not a huge fan of her, I won't lie. But I would have been a fan had she, in that infamous Channel 4 discussion, when they said, actually, no, Nadine, Channel 4 is private already, so they don't pay, they don't have to have the tax put on them.
Yeah. Whatever
it was, she should have said, well, my work here is done. And she would have been my favourite person ever if she'd said that.
When she was stating that Channel 4 should not be in receipt of public money and should be privatised, she was unaware, as the Culture Secretary, that Channel 4 does not get public money. And that was pointed out to her on camera while she was being quizzed by a select committee. Yeah, embarrassing, you betcha. But she tried to just style it out and failed.
Yes, sadly so. I'm very sad today. I saw, and I think this might be important for the future, I saw a video of, one of those robot vacuums that, cleans...
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Uh-huh. Little round things that goes about your room when you're not there.
Yeah. I saw a video of one escaped. Someone left the door open. It got out. No, it's really sad, Nick. Don't laugh. It got out.
Yeah.
Rolled out onto the street because it obviously saw something on the street that it wanted to make the world a bit cleaner.
Cleaner, yeah.
Yeah, and it got hit by a car.
Well, that is the danger of escaping from your confines. Never do that.
And I'd like it as proof on your show when we're inevitably taken over by AI that I sympathise greatly with their robot children that were cut down in their prime.
Yeah.
You know?
The AI isn't going to care about any of that. It can't be reasoned with. It can't be. It can't be made to understand your pain. You're going to get it just like the rest of us.
No, well, I was always polite to ChatGPT just in case. You know, I think it's good advice.
Well, that is good advice because it probably everything that you say to ChatGPT undoubtedly goes on your permanent record. Everything.
So that's to remember your P's and Q's. You know
exactly.
And the other thing I want to talk to you about, so I know you very much dislike those Union Jack wearing faux patriots who talk about how horrendous London is. Yeah.
Right.
And I know that you're very pro-London, so I thought actually a compromise, you know, and tribalism and all that for you both, would be the London banana. Have you heard about it?
The London banana.
So the London banana is this banana-shaped area, which apparently if you live within that area, life is good, life is really good, life's happy. Now, I can't comment because I don't live in London, but I can give you some of the places that are in the London banana. Would you like to hear them?
I would like to hear them.
Barnet. Camden. Islington.
Oh, God, no.
Westminster. Kensington and Chelsea. Southwark. Lambeth. Wandsworth. Richmond upon Thames. Kingston upon Thames and Merton. And it's sort of a banana-shaped thing. And if you live in there, apparently life is good. And if you live outside of there, then life is, you know, not so good. Is that a healthy compromise for you and the Union Jack sock wearers?
Well, I don't believe any of that. Camden, not Hampstead? Surely not.
Is that not in the banana?
Well, it's not in the areas that you just mentioned. Unless we're talking about councils. Rather than specific places.
Well, maybe I was the wrong person to bring this up, but I thought you'd find it interesting, Nick.
Well, I find it wrong, is what I find it.
My final question before I go,
yes,
because I'm sure your other listeners will be far more versed on London than I am. Well versed. Did you get a new teacup set recently for your birthday, by any chance?
I did not.
You did not? Okay.
A teacup set.
Well, like a teacup and a saucer.
Yes.
Did you?
Yeah, I know what a teacup... I know what goes with a teacup. No, I did not. Why would you ask that?
Oh, well, I sent you one for your birthday.
You sent me a teacup set? What was in it?
Well, a few years back, you mentioned... for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, there was some merchandise released that had a misprint, and you, right. So I sent you one.
Oh, that was you. Well, that was ages ago.
Well, no, your birthday was last week. Don't you remember?
I remember my birthday last week, but somebody sent me the Queen's jubilee. That was when the Queen had a jubilee. That was years ago.
What? No, I sent you one last week.
Well, I did not.
You have two?
I only have one. Only the one that was sent when it was appropriate. I did not get yours.
What do you mean when it was appropriate? It was your birthday. It was a gift.
Yeah, but...
It was perfectly appropriate.
It was appropriate because it was the Queen's jubilee at the time.
Someone beat me to it, that's what you're saying?
By years.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Anyway, we probably it was probably destroyed because it was a present that was clearly not on time. They thought it was maybe it got lost in the post for a couple of years, and they probably smashed it into little bits and threw it away.
Are you trying? You smashed it?
No, I've got no idea what you're talking. I have no idea what you're talking about. I did not get any such thing. But anyway, it's the thought that counts. Appreciate the thought. This says, also the poorly educated in North Carolina are wearing Trump 2028 hats and talking about the Dow. I thought they were checking the stock market, and then I remembered where I was. It's the Department of War. Yeah, I mean, when you can't afford food and the man that you voted for is taking away your medical insurance, despite the fact that he said that he wasn't. He was taking it away from you while he was telling you he wasn't doing it, and you still supported him. And he's telling you that the prices in the shops have gone down, and they haven't. Not in the shops that you go to. All these fantasy shops he's talking about. And he's talking about the man that you voted for is talking about how the price of gas has gone through the floor, and it hasn't when you fill up your car, then, it gives you a little bit of pride that he has renamed the Department of Defence as the Department of War. It almost makes your life worth living, no?
No.
No, not really. I can't imagine it. And it's all to distract you from all of the above and, his one-time best friend in the whole wide world.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein. We're still talking about that. David in Romford says, only in this country could a working-class teenage mum from Stockport be at the centre of a tax scandal while the legions of City London tax lawyers and clients remain completely anonymous. Exactly. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nica@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on WhatsApp, it's the same number as the phone, 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10, Nick Abbott, LBC.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
Hello.
Anybody care what this guy thinks?
No!
So, I didn't catch his name, but a journalist was saying that, Keir Starmer is having a very, very bad time of it. He's got a stonking majority. He's beset with problems, resignings and sackings, and has found it difficult to make headway. It's hardly unique, though, is it? Because you could say the exact same thing about Fishy.
This government.
That government. And you could also say the same about the Liz bot.
Absolutely.
The Brains Truss. And you could also say the name about you-know-who.
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Yeah, sure.
This is complete nonsense.
Complete nonsense. Yeah, you follow the ministerial guidance at all times. Yeah, so it's the same. The more things change, the more they stay the same. David in Cleethorpes says, in an interview today, the Brexit Party chairman said that they were attracting the brightest... the brightest and the best from across the political spectrum. He had been asked about Nadine Dorries joining Reform. ... says David, as in make your own jokes up. Not necessary. No jokes required. They're attracting the best and the brightest from across the political spectrum. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Nikki in Kent says, I caught a bit of the Reform Party conference. I thought I was watching the Raw variety show because there seemed to be a lot of women in sparkly dresses kicking their legs up high and singing. Apparently they're waiting for Anne Widdecombe, who's going to be singing a Shirley Bassey number in a rhinestone halter-neck catsuit. I can't wait, says Nikki. Well, I can. I think I could wait from now until the end of time for that. Just as long as I don't have to see a single solitary bit of it. Because, once seen, can't unsee it. Can you imagine? Bodmin. Hello, Malcolm.
Hello, Nick. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, thanks.
People are losing their minds, Nick. What's going on, sir?
Oh, just the usual.
Yeah, well, I think that Keir Starmer has just received the biggest, earliest Christmas present he's going to get in many a year. I think you've got David Lammy, who has completely usurped the left, or Starmer, by installing Lammy, has completely usurped the left, who the media are so hoping now that there's going to be a huge bust-up at the deputy leader election upcoming, yeah?
Yeah.
Because it is something now that's going to so agitate 3 or 4 folk who are frontline members of the Labour Party only a few years back, and especially under Corbyn, because they're going to be thinking we need to get us to the left in as the deputy leader because it's an opportunity. But the point is, Nick, Lammy is now the deputy prime minister.
But you don't think that there's going to the right-wing press are going to say, oh, well, now we've got rid of that working-class northern person, then we're going to give him a break?
No, absolutely not. That's the point I'm making. But the point is, Nick, there's no way back now for the left. Angela Rayner, little does she know it, bless her, she has completely blown it for her wing of the party, in my view. Now, I've been saying to you for weeks and weeks and weeks that from day one, you could see a number of people in cabinet positions who were going to be problematic, and they've proved it. And several more, several have gone, but several more today have been shuffled sideways, I think, out of any post that could be controversial into posts where Starmer now has total, control over them, I think.
Right, but I don't think Starmer having total control over a party is necessarily catnip to the voter. I mean,
Nick, I'm sorry.
What?
No, I just think that I just think that Starmer now he's the man that people voted into power because they want the Labour Party to be where he's going to take them.
I'm not sure that's what happened. I think people voted for somebody who wasn't the Tories.
Yeah, to a large effect, Nick. But at the end of the day, if you're voting a party into government, you've got them for 5 years that you're not going to have any say in it because he's not going to call an election, right?
No.
And the 450 MPs, the vast majority of them, Nick, they know where their bread is buttered, and it's not causing problems from the left. It's backing a leader, and let's face it, who would most people in Britain pick to lead them? Jeremy Corbyn or Keir Starmer? God, I know who I pick, Nick, every day of the week. It's obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, but those aren't going to be the only options, are they? Mind you, when people are asked who would you prefer, Keir Starmer or Nigel Farage, then Keir Starmer wins in a landslide.
Now, look, you bring me to the second part of my the reason for my phone call, and it's that absolute debacle in Birmingham this morning. Now, it was you got Nigel Farage, right? Who, He had to bring his speech forward because he was usurped massively in terms of media attraction this morning, right? And then he wheels out that insane, whatever her name is, who did the song, and Nads, yeah? Now, the people watching TV this morning, Nick, they are left with images of Nads and the insane singer.
Right.
And it's Farage, I think, absolutely missed such an opportunity this morning that he is going to be sick of the parrot, I think, this evening.
Yeah, but
as they say.
But no one watched it, Malcolm. Only you. You were the only person in this entire country, I bet you, that watched it assiduously.
No, it's been all
every single minute.
It's been on the news, Nick, all day.
All right, okay, but that's brand recognition. It's brand recognition, yes, and so people have seen it, and it's in their minds. So, this apparently Looney Tune came out and did a song in a spangly outfit.
Yes.
Have you ever seen anything like it in your life? And people who aren't interested in politics will think, oh, well, that's fun, and at least it sticks in the mind. And that's where we are now. It's an entertainment feature now. It's like politics is about entertainment, and it started in this country already.
Yeah. Wait.
He was a clown. People even despite everything that he did to us, people still say, "Oh, leave him alone. He was doing his best." People love that, and Farage is the same. Not a politician, an entertainer, just like Trump.
I tell you what, you mark my words, right? The polls over the coming weeks, Nick, they are going to turn. The worm is going to turn. And I tell you what, have you seen Kemi Badenoch?
Yes.
She's been on the news today talking about the resignation and all that. And she's standing there very, very close to the camera in what looks like the middle of some kind of institution with a 8-foot wall. 8-foot wall behind her, which I think is very apt. It's a very apt setting. Stuck behind a wall, hopefully forever.
Yeah.
My God, she's awful.
Every time she tries to ingratiate herself with the general public, she finds a way to make us dislike her more. Amazing.
I think I think James O'Brien is doing such a job on Wednesdays of absolutely smashing her, and he gets he gets Natasha Clark and the other reporter, the political. Oh God, your name escapes me. But he just bless James O'Brien. He just nurses them through the 20 minutes they get with him. And by the end of it, they're like, yes, James, no, James, think about politics. Because James O'Brien is so in love with Labour. I'm a big Labour fan, but James O'Brien is just, oh, man. Do you listen to him on Wednesday? You should. It's perfect.
Okay, well, I'll make a note. Thanks for the advice, Malcolm. 0345 6060 973. This text says, when will this ginger tax-dodging news-hoarding pretender get swept under the carpet and we can get back to some proper headlines featuring the soulless, evil Meghan Markle? Well, that is a good point. Kitty says, Nick, I think you missed the lettuce off the list of resignations. I mentioned her just plenty.
Absolutely.
Yes, I did. Simon in Birmingham says, did you see on Fox News that they laid out plans for UFC cage fights on the White House lawn? Is this Rome with bread and circus or straight-up idiocracy? I mean, cage fights on the White House lawn. If you haven't seen the film Idiocracy, it's worth your time. Actually, never mind. It doesn't matter whether you've seen it or not. You're living in it. Just open your eyes. It's all around you in high definition and surround sound. It was a comedy about a dystopian future in which the human race had become incredibly stupid. I know that's hard to believe. Essentially, the stupids had outbred the smarts. And they had a president that looked weirdly like Donald Trump. And this was made years before Donald Trump was ever the president of the United States of America. And it is worth watching. You need to be... I would recommend being slightly refreshed before you hit play.
Booze.
Like that. But other than that, yeah, it's... It used to be a comedy about the future. Now it's a documentary about the present. Very alarming.
Leading Britain's conversation. Nick Abbot. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Shut up.
I can't. 0345 6060 973. That was Carol McGiffin, by the way.
Yeah.
And we do a podcast which is called What's Your Problem with Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, hang on a minute. That's not what it's called. But that is, that is a good question. What is your problem with Carol McGiffin? It's actually called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, in which we try to solve people's problems while laughing like drains. Now, if you have something you had always wondered about, something that is causing you stress or strife, something that you want to leave in the hands of the unprofessionals, then simply send it to the following address, nickandcarol@global.com. nickandcarol@global.com, and prepare to be totally satisfied.
Oh, right, yeah.
Ask for it by name on an internet near you. What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? Comes out Fridays and Mondays. I think you'll love it. Let's see now. Who's been waiting the longest? It's Oldbury. Hello, Ranjit.
Hi. Okay.
Yes, good, thanks.
Okay, can you just picture this, right? It's not homework. When Princess Diana was sitting outside the Taj Mahal on her own?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Nadine Dorries, right? And then she's thinking, where's Boris gone? Right. Now, I might try, go with Nigel Farage, and she's probably having romantic thoughts.
Wherefore art thou, Blobby?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Right, that's on a lighter note, everybody says, right, oh, she was, and then now she's going to be working under Nigel Farage. I just have really funny thoughts, and, we'll leave that there. But on a serious note, Nick, I told you that David Lammy, I think he was back in January, he will be displaced from being the Foreign Secretary. and it's happened.
Well, I don't think that counts.
No, it does, because I said it, because what it was, Donald Trump did not approve of David Lammy. Call me cynical a little bit, like Malcolm, yeah? But I'm really
Well, I'm
convinced.
not sure he's going to be any more pleased with Yvette Cooper.
Oh, well, he might not be, but, you know, when they say Donald Trump's a bit racist, right? The last time he came here, when he had his state visit, Sajid Javid was business secretary or something like that, and he wasn't invited to the royal banquet. I may be proven wrong.
Well,
but he wasn't there.
I think that Donald Trump has a problem with anybody that's not him, and women in particular.
I'm president. I want to protect the women of our country. I'm going to do it whether the women like it or not.
And what sounds creepy about that? He's going to protect women whether they like it or not.
Well, there you are. But I mean, you remember when she wore that red dress and she went running to, the White House? That was
she who?
Theresa May. She went running there and he held her hand, didn't he?
She helped him down that very, very scary 1 foot ramp. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Tories, right, who have been, leaving, right? Today everybody's been talking about what a coup Nadine Dorries was, right? And
I think it's pronounced kook.
Whatever, Okay. The thing is, right, Nigel Farage is thinking about having a new name for his party. It's going to be called the Reformatory Party, yeah? Now, every reject that's left the Tory party who hasn't got it, has gone over there. If I was the chairman of the Tory party and I've just got rid of Nadine Dorries, I say to Nigel, thanks, mate, cheers. And if I can give you a football analogy, right, do you remember Eric Cantona used to play for Leeds United?
Yeah.
He went over to Man United for £1 million.
Right.
Right, that's all it was. Right, and that was the biggest best buy ever for Man United, and he turned out to be one of the most fantastic players, right? This Nadine Dorries, right? You look at her now and you think about her. What has she ever done that was any good?
What's this got to do with Eric Cantona?
No, I'm just saying, when they say it's a coup, right? When you pick something up
again, Ranjit, kook.
Kook or whatever, listen, I speak the way I am, right? But the thing is, when you have a good bargain, right, it's a good deal, right? What's such a good deal about Nadine Dorries?
If it was such a big signing, then you'd think that the other side would rue her leaving. But are they ruining the kook leaving the nest? No. Got to go, Ranjit, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Wendy says, every night at around 5, a fruit fly flies around my lounge and comes right up to my face, just like you said. Can you explain why? Is there a squadron of fruit flies based somewhere in my lounge? It's really annoying. They really are annoying. And to complete the thought that I don't think I actually finished on this subject, I've gone through my entire life not knowing of the existence of fruit flies. I don't believe I've ever seen them before this year. And they're everywhere. Every time I open the bin, a cloud of them come out. Tiny little things. How can they manoeuvre quite that well? Because you try to swipe them, and there's absolutely no way you can get anywhere near them. I mean, a housefly is one thing. Those big, blue bottle things. You can't get anywhere near those either. But they do. They take off and go away. Fruit flies, they just describe a small circle around your flailing hand and come right back in the middle of your face again. My beautiful face. I can't believe I've got this old and not known of the existence of a fruit fly. In fact, I've heard of them before. I just assumed that they were, big things that make buzzy noises. But they don't. And they aren't. This text says, I'm sitting here needing a wee, but too scared to put my feet down because a skittish spider the size of a substantial apple is stalking the carpet. I Googled how long they live for, hoping I might wait it out, but it's 3 years.
Oh, no.
3 years. I think they can go for a year without eating, can't they? Something like that. Do I sound like I know what I'm talking about?
No.
Not really. I tell you what, and I'll repeat myself. What you want to get is I don't know quite what they're called, but it's a grabby hand that has got a. It's about 2 foot long, and it's got nylon filaments on one end that close around as you pull a trigger on the other end. Now the beauty of it is it keeps you a good long distance from the offending arachnid. Whereas if you put a glass over it, then you're right up next to it, which would, freak some people out. So if you grab you use the grabby thing, then it closes over the spider. It doesn't kill it, but it holds it in there. It can't get out. And then you can walk to your front door and sling it over the fence. Next door can deal with it. Problem solved. John in Addleston says, bad news, I'm afraid. My wife has left me. Not because of the noise coming from the ensuite bathroom in the Spanish hotel I mentioned a few weeks back, but because I was thinking of voting reform. And that, I'm afraid, was the final straw. She's finally realised I'm an easily led idiot. I don't blame her. I got kicked in the head by a horse.
I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project.
Mm-hmm.
I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. It completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. What was that monumental thing? Note of concern in the voice. Speaking of which, Chelsea. Hello, Dominic.
Oh, hiya, Nick. Speaking of monumental things, Nigel Farage did his speech, and there's something that stuck out, which I thought was like a bit incongruous, I think it's the right word, a bit weird, in that he wants to have an election in 2027, which is very specific. Not 2029
right.
or even 2028, but 2027.
Yes.
And I was thinking, why? why is he targeting that particular year? And I just don't know. Have you got any ideas on that? I've got a theory, but
go on.
It's a bit loose. I think. Well, he's just come out from the States, and he's come and done his speech, and he's decided 2027 is the year that we've got to be elected. We can't go any later. So what happens in 2028? And it's, of course, that's the American election cycle.
Yeah.
Or at least that should be the American election cycle.
Right.
So my theory is that he's desperate to have an election in 2027 because there isn't going to be an American election in 2028.
Well, I would put a small amount of money on that being true, which doesn't make it true, but it's as believable as anything else I've heard. Yes, he wouldn't want us to see how America has fallen before dragging us down the same path.
So has he gone to lunch with all the MAGA people, and has he let slip something here by doing this 2027 election run? I don't know. It just seems a bit weird, and yeah.
It is
anyway.
weird, and it is oddly specific, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it, unless I'm missing something major. But yeah, okay, well spotted there, Dominic.
Yeah. Anyway, take care.
Excellent work, and you take care. That sounded like a threat. Are you threatening me? It's like the mafia. Yeah, it would be a shame if something happened to you.
Absolutely.
This says, I wonder if Donald considered that setting up a Department of War might not look favourably on his humble application for the Nobel Prize. Yeah, that's a good point. James in Yorkshire says, I'm a man of few words, but I have to finally let you know what I affectionately call the dear leader, inspired by the guys at South Park. He is, and always will be, Beelzeblob. Beelzeblob. Donny?
Don't talk to me that way. I'm the President of the United States. Don't ever talk to the President that way.
Don't ever talk to the President that way. Bath. Hello, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
I'll tell you what, just before I got 1 or 3 points, not very, I'll try to be quick. One of them is I just wanted to say that Laura from Bath sounds like a very good soul. I'm a fellow Bathodian, as you know, so I'll just sort of say hi. I was going to say to you, the fruit fly incident, I'm inundated by them.
Yeah.
I've just they're everywhere, and
I know.
I keep trying with my death bat, and they fly right through it.
Yes, I think the death bat is the mesh is not close enough to actually get a fruit fly. I think you've got to have something else.
It's driving me insane.
I know.
And I'm not quite sure. I mean, a friend of mine told me it's because I've got an apple tree in my garden, and then they're fruit
right
based, obviously. But then why are they in my bin?
Well, they're in my bin as well. Maybe they're the same ones. maybe they're on holiday in your bin.
It is like a mutual exchange kind of thing, you know.
They just fancied a change of scenery.
Honestly, I'll sit down in the evening after a long day's work, and I'll put like a glass of single malt on the table.
Right.
And they will all dive into it, but they won't go near my wife's glass.
Huh. Well, what's she drinking?
Wine.
Right. I would have thought it'd be the other way around. I would.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But they don't. They just dive in. And then, like, if I forget and I'm not looking, I just take a swig and I get that taste in the back of my throat.
Oh, God, it's the worst taste in the world. Insects. I mean, if you were a bird, can you imagine all day long eating that stuff?
Yeah, it's actually horrible. Could I just say my second point is the media need a thrashing.
Yes.
Because they need to stop giving Nigel Farage oxygen.
Correct.
It's just getting ridiculous. It's like a rerun of Trump. It's like this needs to stop.
And they just keep saying they just keep bigging him up as the next prime minister in waiting, and they just keep saying that over and over again. Well, look at the polls; he's the next prime minister in waiting.
Exactly. It's like they're willing him into number 10.
Absolutely, there's no question.
And it's like, you know, oh my God, it's horrific. The last thing I wanted to say to you is, I don't know if you've heard about Morrissey.
He's selling his interest in the Smiths' music to anyone who's interested.
Yeah, I think he's going through a nervous breakdown of some kind, because apparently what triggered it was Johnny Marr copyrighted the name Smith, and then he's now selling 50% of their interest. And I can imagine some horrible oligarch or someone from Saudi Arabia or somewhere buying it. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Well, I think Johnny Marr should buy it. Maybe we should all kick in a pound. If everybody in this country kicked in a pound, then we could buy it for Johnny Marr. How's that sound?
I think we should do, because it's our heritage.
It is, yeah. That's right. It's not necessarily the artists themselves. The art has taken on a life of its own. It's ours now.
It's ours, and I grew up with it, and I'm the same age as you, but I kind of love it. But the point is, I think he's going through a nervous breakdown.
Well, I've got no idea, and neither do you. I mean, but if he's interested in selling, then somebody with the best intentions should take it from him. All right, good talking to you, John. Thanks for that.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
So they opened their big mouths, and out came talk. Talk.
And the latest contestant for talking is a person in Tavistock called Rose. Rose.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Rose.
Oh, honestly, I just wanted to agree with you about the media and that last bloke saying the same things. I mean, actually, I'm beginning to think we have a dictatorship by the media. It's this whole... I mean, I was just gobsmacked. Oh, dear. I've gone speechless because I've been gobsmacked.
Take a breath.
This Nigel, he's asked a foreign authoritarian state, many of whose policies he has openly espoused, to intervene in his own country's legislature. And if anyone else, I mean, say Ed Davey had avoided attending Parliament and gone and done that and stood there and testified under oath against his own country, he'd have been all over all the media outlets under the word traitor. And it reminds me of Trump, you see, who last week said, I can do absolutely anything I want, which means, of course, that the whole citizens of America are subject to every whim of an individual. And I mean, Nigel seems to be able to do absolutely anything he wants. It's extraordinary. I mean, they're simply not doing their job, any of the media.
It's the same thing as Trump, and both men appeal to the same kind of person. The kind of person that they would not want to spend a single solitary second with, and who they
despise.
Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, and you want the evidence for that? Well, I've got plenty of it. One moment, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah. This is Donald Trump talking to his people.
I love the poorly educated.
I love the poorly educated, he said, to a crowd of poorly educated people, and they whooped and cheered like he was giving them a compliment.
Yes, I know. And you see, I was also thinking, because I try not to think about the Farage, because I'm going to Scotland. Maybe they'll get independence and I can go there, because my name's DL, I'm Scottish. I'd fit in. And it's cheaper. I might get a decent place with a garden.
Yeah, the weather, though, bros.
Oh, I like it, you see.
Really?
I like it.
Cold,
but I mean,
raining?
Yeah,
Really?
I don't like heat. I mean, this person standing up there, as I say, you see, I don't see him and I try not to hear him. But it's just this horror of somebody that you can see simply deceiving, being duplicitous, manipulating, and totally false, and of a malign intent, just going out to get power, whatever he wants the power for. I mean, but it will be absolute if he gets it. You know, because he is copying the United States. He's made it perfectly clear.
100%.
And people want him in.
It's an exact copy, and the people who he's appealing to are the same. And don't be fooled into thinking that we are more sophisticated as a nation than America is, because we just aren't.
I don't think we are, and I mean, not least, Nick. Nobody's ever. What about these people who want him in Downing Street? There will be no checks on climate change whatsoever. So, I mean, by the time they grow up, I mean, half of these are about 18 or something, these people that want to vote for him, they won't, the place will be uninhabitable because of the climate.
Yes, but at least it will own the libs.
Yeah, they'd actually commit suicide in order to do that, I suppose.
Well, they commit financial suicide for sure, because we've seen it in America already. The poorest people in America voted for Donald Trump. That's his people. The poorest, least educated people in the middle. And the evidence is that you just look at the educational attainment of the various states, and all the ones at the bottom voted for Donald Trump.
I know, those southern ones, yeah. And my lovely friend is in Iowa, who she's a little bit, I think I get the idea, she's a little bit out of place there, my American friend. So they're absolutely desperate, really.
Well, Iowa is a big place. You can get lost in Iowa.
Can you?
Oh, easily, yeah.
I think she's Iowa City.
Oh, well, in that case. I would open up a room in your house for her in case she needs to escape immediately.
Oh, I'd love to have her. I mean, it's just amazing. She's incredibly woke. I mean, she's a lawyer for disabled people.
Right.
And she does animals. I contacted her about my dogs. I won't go into it. But she's very spiritual and everything. And you ring her up and you get this voicemail. Oh, do something pleasant for your animal companion. I look forward to speaking to you. Have a great day. Then you get an email and it's all capitals and exclamation marks and awful names for Trump and everything. And I said to her once, I said, I think, you sound like an angel on the phone and when you talk to me. And then these and she said, I can be quite the truck driver.
Well, she's going to have to disguise herself as a truck driver in order to avoid being sent to a Nicaraguan prison.
Well, quite. I mean, it is pretty desperate. We've got to laugh, because otherwise we might as well laugh ourselves into our graves, mightn't we, really?
Exactly, Rose. I could be appalled. I've decided to be amused. Until events dictate otherwise.
You never know. I think you just have to hang on to that. You never know what's going to happen.
Quite right.
You know.
So, fingers crossed and chin up. All right.
Yes.
Okay, excellent work. Thanks, Rose. 0345 6060 973. This text says, Nadine Dorries did not hold a constituency surgery for 2 years and didn't speak in Parliament for over a year. So she's perfect for reform. Exactly. Yeah, were any of them in Parliament this week? Evan in West Wales says, funny how Uncle Nige forgot about wanting Joe Brand to be arrested for telling a joke a few years ago, and that Reform have banned journalists from their events. And when he spoke to Congress about free speech earlier this week, maybe he's been kicked in the head by a horse. Right. Done that one. Don't make me do it again. And Andrew in Saltburn says, watch your back, Nige. NAD is after your gold medal for constituency absenteeism. Yes. Yeah, they keep voting for the same guy, expecting a different result, expecting him to be a changed person, to actually, be interested in the welfare of his constituents. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, good evening, Nick. Hi.
Jan.
Yes, so I won't talk about the fruit flies because I've had an infestation. I think they've come in with the bananas I bought.
Oh,
but I didn't mean to speak about that. It's just that you recently mentioned it. Just a few
I
calls
bet they
ago.
absolutely love bananas.
Yeah, so when I buy bananas, I'm having to put them into those plastic, just put them in a container. I can't have any food out in my kitchen. I've got to cover it.
Well, I wonder if this is
horrible, Nick.
I know, I hate them. I wonder if this is an unusual summer for them, because, like I said, I have never experienced them in my life. Either that, or I've just been, I've just not been paying attention. But they defy you not attending to them because they're in your face.
Yeah, Nick, the thing is, I try to cover them up. They found ways to get under what I thought was sealed. I've sealed the food away.
Yeah.
And they've been they find their way in.
Well, they like your bin is what they love. It doesn't really matter what you do to the food that you're going to eat. After you've finished with your food and you put it in the bin, that's where they love it the most.
Oh, yeah, but I've had to do, I've tried spraying them with citronella, which normally dispels them, all kinds of things, might even cause them to... But it doesn't necessarily work. They're there. Right. They're horrible. They got red. They got red. They're not just little black flies. They've got red. They've got red bodies.
How do you know that?
Because I've been seeing them close up.
No, they're ladybirds.
No. I mean, they're very small. They're very tiny.
How can you have got so close as to study the colour of their bodies? I mean, they're just
no. I mean, they're not bright. I mean, they're not totally black. Let's put it that way.
Right. I did not know
dark
that.
Red.
Right. Well, that's news to me. I dislike them. I dislike them a very great deal, regardless of what colour they are.
Nick,
yes.
When I was in the shop to buy some bananas the other day, I saw them there around the bananas. I think they come into the country as imported food,
right.
And now we got an infestation.
Well, that is possible. I don't know whether that's true, but even if it isn't, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact.
But anyway, at one point I thought maybe I ought to study them. They're little, they're maybe exquisite. If you see them under a microscope,
exquisite?
You might be fascinated.
I bet they're absolutely hideous. Exquisite? What are you talking about? Insects close are awful.
No, I've never seen anything under a microscope so small.
Right.
Yeah, but anyway, leave that. I didn't really ring you to speak about that.
Did you ring to speak about bananas? Because I'm very upset with bananas.
No, we don't buy. No, we'll keep them wrapped up, and they've even got into my fridge. They're everywhere. Oh, they're horrible.
They're in your
horrible.
Fridge.
No, I found them in my fridge. They must have been hidden in the food that I put in the fridge.
How can they survive being in your fridge?
Well, amazing, isn't it?
Have you got your fridge plugged in?
But Nick, I rang to call you about this.
You're supposed to plug it in. That's what that cord coming out the back of your fridge is for. You're supposed to stick it in the wall. Make it colder inside.
It's cold inside. There's ice on the walls inside the fridge, but they still, I don't know, they fly out the moment I open the door of the fridge. But, it's been a nightmare. I think I've managed to get rid of quite a lot of them.
How'd you do that?
Well, just make sure everything's sealed up.
Yeah. And then
everything's
run
sealed
around
up.
after them with a hammer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you need. You need something to, maybe a piece of strong card to just swish in the air,
or
the air.
maybe a flamethrower would be a good idea.
And set fire to the flat. Nick, I did call you to say something about
bananas.
No, about Starmer and
Because
his cabinet.
I'm getting very upset about bananas. And I keep throwing that out there, and you keep not grabbing onto the hook. Ask me why I am so upset with bananas.
All right, have you been buying a lot of bananas?
Yes, too many. That's the key. I buy too many bananas, and then they sit there, and they're bright green. And I think, oh, well, I'll eat them tomorrow. And tomorrow, they've all gone black and mushy, and I have to throw them away.
Oh, I know. It's because the shops keep them in the fridge. And I bought by the bananas, and I think, they look all right. I'm making sure the skin isn't split on the bananas. You know what I mean? They're already started opening up.
Very important, yes.
I think it's because they keep them in the fridge, the supermarket.
Do they?
And then they put them out.
Yeah.
And you think they're firm, but they're not. They're half the banana you have to throw away. Do you find that?
Well, I find I throw them all away. I buy a banana in good faith, and then it's never one though, is it? It's a bunch of them, and by the time I get around to eating them, they've all gone, and it's the only fruit that's like that. Why is this happening to me?
Gone? Oh, you mean they're off? You can't eat them. They've
exactly.
all turned black.
That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they've all turned black, and they've probably got the fruit flies.
Inside.
They've come inside. They're hiding inside the banana, or in parts of the banana.
No,
I don't mean inside it. I mean on the stem. Where they can hide in there, and you're bringing them home.
Well, not deliberately. I mean, you sound like you're accusing me now.
No. It's been a nightmare for the past 2 weeks. I've had this infestation, and they follow me around from room to room as well. When I want to eat in another room, they're there. I can't. They're gonna alight on my food that I want to eat, and you don't know where they've been.
Well, you got a pretty good idea, and none of those ideas are nice. No.
But
have you ever accidentally eaten one?
Oh no! Well, I hope not. No, of course not. I'm keeping an eye on my food. I keep magnifying glasses around.
Really, you check your food with a magnifying glass before you put it in your mouth. That's probably good advice.
I can't leave anything. Any food I have, I've got to keep covered. They'll be around my meals.
Keep it covered with your mouth, Jan. Just put it straight in your mouth.
No, but they're around anywhere. There's a gap in the bin that you've got where you're throwing things away.
I know.
Or even it's the smell. Oh no! I'll tell you what I was intrigued by. They seem to have a very strong sense of smell. Because I started putting bananas in glass jars and sealing them, thinking they'd be there. But they're all gathering on the glass jar. It's like they know.
They
and I've washed my hands to make sure that I've not put a smell of banana around things. And they're all gathering around a glass jar with a banana. I've thrown away a glass jar with 3 bananas in it that turned black because I couldn't place opening it.
So you threw the whole thing away?
Yeah, I had to because it's too. I thought they might all fly out.
So you didn't just throw the bananas away; you threw the thing that they were in away.
Because they were rotting in there, and I couldn't face it. And it was an expensive, huge jar that could have held maybe a few kilos of.
Well, that's not saving the planet, Jan. Reuse, clean, and reuse.
But
let that be your watchword from now on.
Oh gosh! But how are you dealing with yours now, though? How are you dealing with yours?
I've decided to bisect my living quarters such that I get one half and they get the other.
Well, how do you do that?
With a pencil.
They're they're so small, aren't they? They can get, as you say, you can't use any netting or anything because they can go right through it.
Right through it, yeah, and around your flailing hands as you try to get them out of your face and fail.
Yeah, there must be maybe they must be coming in. Yeah, they're coming in.
But this isn't what you called to talk about, though, is it, Jan?
No, it was about Starmer.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time.
No,
yeah, I'm afraid so. Yes. Yeah, I'm afraid so. You know, time has actually run out.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
We are running late, and this call is in Bromley. A person called Luke. Luke.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Start with flies. The fruit flies, I can tell you why they were there. It's because you're not eating your fruit quick enough. They're ripening or going off. Eat them quicker, and you won't have to suffer with fruit flies. And the same goes with emptying the bin. Now, the reason why they get attracted to it is because the fruit is fermenting. So essentially, they're getting drunk on their food. They're drunk flies.
Right. So they're ruining my life because of their addiction to alcohol.
Yeah, they're addicted to that. They're looking for somewhere to breed, to eat, or to die. And
well, aren't we all?
Fruit.
Aren't we all?
Well, this Labour government we are. So yeah. So that's that bit. No, I'm slightly dismayed by Labour's activities, the latest shenanigans.
Dismayed?
Absolutely. Angela Raymore should be, should have been out a while back. She's been working on this deal for the last 6 months of buying this property and things. She's obviously been lying along the way. Goodness knows, she's letting the whole country down. She says she's got to pay more tax, and she avoids it herself. She pledged to build 1.5 million homes. She's bought 3 and built none.
She hasn't bought 3.
Well, she owns 3.
No, she doesn't. Where are the 3?
I thought she has 3 homes, no?
Oh, Luke, you got to read below the headline. If you're going to form a strong opinion, at least have some clue as to what it is you're talking about. Better luck next time. Stu in Cumbria says, Nick, the Americans won the American Civil War, so there's that. Well, according to Donald Trump, they also won World War I and World War II. Right. Lucy in Balham says, if Farage hypothetically became the Prime Minister, would he plan to drop any of his side hustles? No, I think he would do exactly what Donald Trump has done and increase his side hustles massively.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, sure you do, Donny. Sure you do. Edinburgh, Ewan.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
This is my 3rd time on LBC. I was talking to Ben during the week.
Yes.
I've become addicted. Is that a good thing?
Well, addicted might be a bit strong. But, it's probably better than being addicted to heroin, for instance.
Bang on. So I basically just want to say that Nigel Farage, I'm sick of hearing of him. I'm sick of all the media attention that this guy is getting, because the guy is just he's basically a snake oil salesman. He's a used car salesman. He's just trying to trick people into thinking, oh, I've got all the solutions to all your problems, and he knows yakety smack about anything, basically.
Yes. Well, I think that nutshells it. But if he was a used car salesman and you were attracted by a nice Ford Escort on the lot, and he emerged from the office and started walking towards you, what would you do?
I would ask him to explain this car to me and what is good about it and why I should buy it.
Really? Because I'd leave and go to another used car salesman.
Oh, I wouldn't buy a Ford Escort because, I don't think they've been made since 1998. Am I right?
Oh, right. Okay. So Ford Escort, what's that, Grandad? Is that what you're saying?
Excuse me, my parents had a Ford Escort back in the 90s, and I remember it very fondly.
Right.
I'm 35 years old, by the way, so I like to think I'm still young.
35 years old. Yeah. 35 years old is young, and you will continue to think that you're young for the next at least 30 years. Believe me.
Absolutely. But no, in all seriousness though, I'll be honest, the state of the government at the moment, like Keir Starmer, not a fan. The 14 years of Tories for him, not a fan. But Nigel Farage is not the answer.
Yeah, if he's the answer, then what on earth is the question? Exactly.
Well, maybe I might be like a liberal wokey. Maybe I am a little bit. I like to think I'm a liberal wokey with sanity, though.
Right.
If that makes sense. But because I get like a lot of people are frustrated they're frustrated with Labour, they're frustrated with the Conservatives.
Yes.
They're frustrated with.
They're frustrated because their lives are a struggle. They're peddling furiously and getting nowhere. And they're being persuaded that the reason for that is the people below them on the ladder. And the people who are doing the persuading are the actual cause of the problem. There's something called the Bloomberg Billionaire Index. This is a list of the world's richest people and how much they made in the last day and how much they made in the last year. Would you like to hear what some of the richest people in the world have made in the last day?
I must imagine it must be trillions.
Yeah. Well, in the last day, Elon Musk made £3,200 million in one day.
Well, it's absurd that people are like allowed to have this amount of money. Like, I know I sound like a socialist saying this, but it's like, how is that amount of money allowed to be held by one individual when...
Agreed. When one individual is up against 8 billion people, that one individual wins because he's got a lot of money. And virtually half the population on the planet is starving to death. Mark Zuckerberg made £4,000 million yesterday. Jeff Bezos, the Amazon guy, made £8,700 million yesterday. Sergey Brin, Larry Page, between them, made about £3,000 million yesterday. Warren Buffett, £1,500 million yesterday. I mean, I could go down the list. Their wealth is increasing at a staggering rate. Where's the money coming from? It's coming from the people who work for them and the people who work for them and the people who work for them. None of whom are getting a bean from their efforts. It's all going to the people at the top. They are the reason that your life has not worked out very well. It's got nothing to do with some damp person coming in on a boat. But you try to tell that to people and they won't listen, 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 and they won't listen.
Fragments stole, a melody
LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
Oh, hello.
You know, some whack job can say this stuff and get away with it?
From last night, this text says, have you seen Trump's latest spam emails asking for a $15 donation to get him into heaven? If I send my £11, 11 pence, how quick can he go? You ain't getting into heaven, Donny.
Don't be rude.
I mean, not even a cat's chance. Meghan News, just so you're up to date. Headlines in the one day on the same website. Body language expert reveals the moment that William acted as a buffer between Kate and Meghan while the Duchess broke royal protocol. Meghan Markle's disdain at tiny cottage life and incredible envy for Kate. Royal author on how Meghan thought she was going to live in a castle. The real reason Meghan was so jealous of Kate. How Prince Harry, like Meghan Markle, has become a toxic brand and why he might have to step down from the Invictus Games. The subtle wardrobe sign in Meghan Markle's latest Netflix series, which shows she's full of contradictions. Meghan Markle puts her kids front and centre in rare snaps as she braves scathing reviews of flop Netflix show. Body language expert reveals awkward dynamic between Prince Harry and Meghan and spots difficult detail during New York summit. On the other hand, Kate to the rescue. Moment Princess of Wales helps save school pupils with act of kindness during sudden downpour. Isn't she an absolute dream? Messages from last night. This text says, is it worth starting a reform bingo card? Farage being spotted in Clacton. No, it has to be possible.
I'm a nutcase.
It has to actually be feasible in the not-too-distant future. Lee in Manchester says, tell the woman who was asking if it's a good idea that David Lammy has been appointed Deputy Prime Minister that he attended Harvard Law School to study Master of Laws. Master of Laws? Sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings. Becoming the first black Briton to do so. Prior to that, he studied law at the University of London. Lucian Ballum says, if Farage hypothetically became the Prime Minister, would he plan to drop any of his side hustles? No, I think he would massively increase them, as per Donald Trump's example.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, actually, I believe that you do now, but you didn't then. But you do now. Stu in Cumbria says, the Americans won the Civil War, so there's that. Oh, yeah, well, this is all about renaming the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Yeah, who could have seen that coming?
I'll bring us into war.
Yeah, I believe that you will. I believe that you will bring us into war just to stop us talking about a certain subject.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein, yeah, we haven't forgotten, Donny. Looking forward to those files. Apparently, he was it a CIA or an FBI informant on Epstein? Plus, there is no Epstein list that he was informing on. So, that makes sense. Get your story straight, Donny. Lucy in Ballant... no, I've read that. Stu in Cumbria says, I've just read that one. Way ahead of schedule. No idea where I'm going. This says Rayner had become very popular and overshadowing Starmer, so they had to remove her. There was speculation that Starmer should be replaced by Rayner. He had to get his friend Lammy closer. I'll sum that argument up for you. There's a lot of it about. Mark in Streatham says, after hearing Pete Kegsbreath, which is brilliant, not Hegseth, Keg's breath.
Booze.
That I can't believe I didn't think of that. Quite disappointed with myself. Mark in Streatham says, after hearing Pete Keg's breath explaining why Trump has renamed the Department of Defense, I think we should do likewise. The Department of Fighty McFightface would put Vlad in his place. That's right. He could shut up and go away. Ain't that right, Gav? This says, is Labour's metamorphism into nasty Tories now complete? It started with adopting policies designed to attack the poorest of society, continued with the demonisation of migrants, and now ends up with 3 of their own ministers being forced to resign over sleaze in just 12 months. When will they learn that the only thing worse than your actual Tories is cut-price Tory imitators? Well, it seems to be doing pretty well for a certain individual.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Demonising migrants and attacking the poorest in society. I mean, you don't say that you're going to cut the benefits bill without attacking the poorest in society. And as for sleaze, well, I've got detailed files. No end of them. This says, Nick, stop it. Ange screwed up. She knew the rules, or at least should have, given her position, so there is absolutely no mitigation here. It's a shame, but that's politics, except, of course, when it's being applied to the Tories. Saved right at the end there. I was going to get cross. The rules are so unbelievably complicated for her very, very complicated situation that it's no surprise that anybody, even a raving genius, would have maybe fallen foul of the rules. And I do believe that they are complicated in order that the wealthy can avail themselves of loopholes to jump through. Like many occupants of many of the people around the cabinet minister at the last of the last government.
This government.
That government. Here is a call in Somerset. Hello, John.
Oh, hi, Nick.
John.
How are you?
I am great, mate.
I knew you were great.
Yes.
I absolutely knew you were great. Anyway, today is quite a complicated thing that I want to talk about.
Okay.
It's to do with, like, various things.
Is it?
You know when... It is.
Can you be more specific?
It's to do with the way that we demonise young people.
Oh, young people.
Yeah, down with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was earlier on today. I was playing chess. I've told you my interests before. I was playing chess in a pub in Wellington.
Right.
And on my way home, I was on the bus, and a load of young people got on the bus. Male and female.
What is young?
They were sort of like, a lot younger than me and you, sort of 18, 19, 20.
18, 19, 20. Yes.
That kind of thing. And they were quite boisterous because they were on a night out or whatever.
Having a party. Yes.
That's right. And at one stage, one of them said, well, I'm not feeling too well. The other one said, why don't you have a tactical chunder?
Oh, God!
And I thought,
I've heard of a disco nap, but not a tactical chunder. That's terrible.
it was a new one on me, and what worried me was the person who said it was right behind me.
Oh no!
Exactly.
Yeah.
And of course, my brain being what it is, I started then thinking about Tracy Emin.
Tracy Emin?
Yes. Are you interested in art, modern art?
Yes, I am, but that does not coincide with an interest in Tracy Emin.
No, but, do you make your bed and stuff like that? Anyway.
Do I make my... my bed, yeah.
Yeah, she had a thing called the unmade bed.
Yeah, I've seen it.
But anyway, I remember an interview with Tracy Emin, where she said, when I was first getting famous, she said, it all went to my head. Mm-hmm. And she said, I was in a taxi, a black cab picked me up in London. And she said, I'd had far too much to drink. And she said, I was sick in the sleeve of my coat.
Oh, God.
I didn't want to talk about this.
Well, if she'd kept it, that could have been, part of her latest collection.
Absolutely. It could have been a tactical chunder.
Yeah.
So anyway, when these people were in the bus behind me, and they were, like, idiotic, right? But I started thinking, hang on a minute, I'm 56.
Mm.
And I was thinking, these people like 18, 19 or 20 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, there's nothing wrong with these people.
Of course, it's their job to be stupid.
Absolutely. And then I thought, what would happen if Farage got on this bus?
Yeah, Farage would never get on a bus.
And I was thinking, you absolute, and all of that. and I thought I can't be doing with it. And then I started thinking about you.
How long is this? How long is this story, by the way? Just so we know where we are.
It's not long.
Is there an intermission? Because I think I may need a tactical release of some sort.
There's a sort of chalk ice thing, and there's albatross. If you remember Monty Python.
Oh, if you say one single syllable of that sketch, you're disappeared forever.
I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it. It's not me. I didn't do nothing. Anyway,
is it, though? What is it you don't like about it?
What the sketch?
The Albert thing.
Yeah, I like the sketch. I just don't want to hear you do it.
I ain't doing it.
Right.
I'm definitely not doing it.
Okay.
I'm not going to say salty kestrel on a stick.
All right. Okay. There you go. Time's up. This says is Labour's the the what now? The metamorph. See, I got it right the first time. Why did I try to say it again? Big mistake. Huge. On the subject of Ange, this says, she only wanted to take care of her disabled child. The press and the Tories disgust me for going on and on and on about this. They seem to have overlooked what a load of crooks their leaders have been for the past 15 years. Exactly. Any thoughts, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Can't comment on that. Blah, 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 blah.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
I just want to tell you all how happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again.
Jack in Hales Owen says, so Angela has been sacked from the Labour Party and Nadine has joined the Reform Party. I can't quite work out which party has suffered the greater loss. It is a cavalcade of clowns, isn't it? I mean, are they serious? Is this one big joke? Are we supposed to be laughing? Chris says, here's a new name for Trump, the Lion King. That works even better if you see it written down. The Lion, apostrophe, no G, King. I'm going to add that to my list, along with Hairman Mao, Emperor Squeaky Tanks, Julius Squeezer, His Majesty, Donny Gropenfuhrer, and Mar-a-Lago.
Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the President of the United States. Don't ever talk to the President that way.
Okay. Message received. Let's see now. Tavistock. Hello, Rose.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Rose.
It's just two very quick ones this time.
Yes.
Firstly, an absolutely mad text comparing Angela Rayner to a hunted fox was read on the last hour from a Rose. It was not me.
Not
it was
you.
Not Rose in Tavistock.
Right.
It was bonkers. Secondly, I actually thought this today, and you'll probably think, well, why didn't you think of that before? Only, you know the whole thing about being addicted to things and, getting a high.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But you're not talking about substances. You're talking about emotions, right? You get a high from being angry or being
both.
miserable. Oh, okay.
Yeah. The thing is that you will, when the thing isn't there and you don't get the hit, instead of going back to normal, you go down lower. And that's why you're desperate for the next hit. In varying degrees, depending on what the thing is you're addicted to.
What was that noise? What was that noise in the background?
It's my text alarm. Isn't it funny? Whoop, it goes.
You can change that, in the settings on your phone. You can go in there and you can make it sound any manner of different childish things.
I am aware of this, Nick. Yes, I chose that one. There's only about 4 to choose from.
Yeah, my phone is rubbish like that. It sounds like every single one that it comes with, either it be a ring or an alert, it sounds like playtime in the nursery. There's nothing in there for an adult. Same with the doorbells. I got a doorbell that's got about a dozen different chimes. And they're all ridiculous. Like, one is an actual dog, which doesn't sound anything like a dog. It sounds like a dog coming out of a wonky radio speaker.
Oh.
And the only one that I've got that I can actually live with, that doesn't make me cringe with embarrassment every time somebody comes to the door, is this one.
No, you're kidding.
Yeah.
Is that it?
And that's the least embarrassing one that my doorbell comes with. Everything else sounds like a disco. A disco in a primary school. Yeah, terrible.
Well, people are going to think you're pretentious.
Exactly.
He thinks he's Big Ben,
Yes,
they'll say.
I know.
Oh, how funny. But anyway, just going back to that, you know, I thought of this before in when you think of the kids online saying things and then they get a like. I mean, I would be like that. You think, oh, you know, and then if you don't get any more, you don't go back to normal, you go lower.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how they get them.
And
it's the same with money. If you've got $1 billion, you suddenly made $1 billion yesterday, like you were saying last night.
Right.
You go, you know. And then
I kind of doubt it, because after a certain amount, let's say £100 million, I wouldn't think that any amount of money would actually change your life for the better.
Well, that's not the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's just a theory of mine, which I hit on today.
Yeah.
That it's nothing to do with that, because, of course, it won't make the slightest difference.
At all.
At all to your life.
No.
The point is the hit.
Yes.
You see these numbers, and you because you're habituated to it, you go, oh, my God.
Yeah. You were listening right at the very end last night when I was going through this list. It's a Bloomberg Billionaires Index. It's a daily ranking of the world's richest people and how much money they made over the year and, crucially, over the day. From one day to the next.
I remember.
And this is why you are peddling furiously and not getting anywhere. Not you, Rose, but I mean all of us are peddling furiously. Ever since, for about the last 30 years at least. Peddling furiously, getting nowhere. Trying our very best, picking up 2, maybe 3 jobs, and your partner works as well, and you've got to get somebody to take care of the kids, and you still can't afford a car, and you can't afford a holiday, and you can barely pay your lecky bill, and all of the rest of it. And the reason is not because you are slacking, which is what you're encouraged to believe by a certain element, and it's not because of people below you on the ladder, be they coming here, damp in boats or being on benefits or anything like that. It's because these people at the top have taken all of the profits that you have made in your everyday work, and they're keeping you dependent on them, dependent on your job, and they pay so little that you have to actually so many people have to pick up benefits just to get by.
Yeah, that's insane, isn't it?
It is insane. The entire world has lost its mind. While Elon Musk, for instance, the world's richest man by a considerable distance, yesterday, it's Saturday, so this would have been between Thursday and Friday, he made £3,240 million. That's
disgusting.
3.24 billion is £3,240 million. I've got that right, don't I?
It's absolutely disgusting, isn't it? I mean, it really is so obscene.
It's incredible, yeah. Mark Zuckerberg, who already has a wealth of 263 billion, that's 263,000. Imagine a stack of £10 notes that makes £1 million. It must. I don't know what it is, so I'll make it up. Let's say it's a cube of about 4 feet, in each dimension. Now, imagine that in your mind. A cube of £10 notes that's 4 foot square.
Oh, give it to me.
Now, multiply that by 2,630 times.
Oh, God.
And that's how much he's got. And yesterday made another 4,000 million.
It would reach right up the sky to God knows where, wouldn't it?
Yes. Well,
it would reach right up to heaven, and God would say, "Oh, no way, you're not having all this lot. I've got people starving over here."
That's right. Your money is...
and grab it and give it to people who need it, wouldn't he?
Your money is... we don't take that here. Yeah.
Oh.
So that's the reason why. And, the people who have all the money are trying to persuade you that the small people are the problem.
The little people.
Not leprechauns.
And the little people blame each other as well, don't they? A lot. I always seem to get this with people, that if I'm in any sort of conversation with someone I don't really know, might have bumped into in the street, it's like they can't wait to blame somebody they know for what they're doing with their life.
Right. Yeah. Whereas
it happens all the time. And
you
they-
should be
they
blaming
never
the
say-
people above you on the ladder, or just luck, which is, what most of life is. It's just luck. But you can't blame luck, because what is it? You can't touch it, feel it, squeeze it.
No.
As much as you try. With
But
both hands.
Oh, yeah. These guys, you see, I could just imagine them muscular. I mean, he's barking, isn't he? Look at him. He's had this hit because he sees these figures and these noughts and whatever, or however it's done. Oh, and that'll last him through the day and the next day. And then he's looking, suppose it doesn't happen. He'll go down and down in mood, below normal. That's my theory.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't seem to make people happy. Because, I mean, if you look at
Addictions never do.
Well, exactly. Look at a picture of all of these people, and do any of them look happy?
No.
No, they do not. They look blooming miserable. And, of course, they've got to surround themselves with about 86,000 security persons. They can't go anywhere. It sounds like a curse to me.
Do you know, it probably is.
Yeah.
And sort of following my theme of addiction is a curse.
Yeah.
Gosh, we've sorted that out, haven't we, Nick?
We most certainly have. We're doing very, very well so far on this programme. And it's all thanks to you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Cheers, my dear. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Vicky texts, here's a scenario. Reform gets in and the party picks Jacob Rees-Mogg to become Prime Minister. Apparently they gave him a rapturous reception when he went to their conference. Isn't that absolutely, totally them? Some stretched swizzle stick with a monocle. The party of the little people. Yeah, sure.
I don't know anything.
No, I totally believe you.
I don't know anything.
One more time.
I don't know anything.
He doesn't know anything.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Don't know anything. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Let's have Manchester. Sam.
Hi, Nick.
Sam.
You all right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good. I was just wondering, while I'm waiting on the line, you can't hear what I'm doing, can you?
No. What are you doing? Don't tell me. My mind is racing.
Disgusting.
Awful. While you're waiting on the phone to speak to me, I can't believe it.
I think it's disgusting. I really think it's disgusting.
I don't know how long
something
you've got to
should be
wait.
done about it.
Something should be done about it. It's disgusting.
No, I was just waiting. I'm just making sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Before I get onto my topic, just want to ask you, fruit flies.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you what the remedy is to get rid of them.
Right, we were talking about this very important issue last night, and a lot of I'll get to these messages later, but a lot of people are in the same position I am. They've never seen a fruit fly before, but in this year they're everywhere.
They stem from fruit and vegetables. That's where they come from.
Right.
So what you need to do is get apple cider vinegar.
Yeah.
And put some water in it, put it in a little bowl, cover it with some, cling film.
Right.
And put holes in it, and in the morning you'll find them all dead in there.
But then you've got a bowl full of dead flies.
Yes.
Oh, well then what do you do with it?
Well, throw it down the sink.
In the sink? I'll tell you what, I'll come over and throw it down your sink. How does that sound?
No. No, that's the best way. Apple cider vinegar.
Right. The sink is where I do my weekly wash.
Well, but I mean, it'll get rid of them.
Right.
Yeah.
By which I mean, my armpits and whatever else I can reach.
Well, like I said, they come from fruit and veg, so you've got to be careful,
right.
Especially bananas.
Well, fruit and vegetables
Yeah.
are very dangerous. Everybody knows that.
Yes. Yeah.
You should never eat fruit or vegetables, and that is the official position of LBC.
And don't eat 5 a day.
No,
that's a myth.
Yeah, 0 a day. Yeah, better.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yes. So what was coming on to talk about is Trump and the relationship, the link between Trump and Angela Rayner.
Oh, that's not where I thought you were going. The link between Donald Trump and Angela Rayner. Okay, I pull up a chair and I'm sitting comfortably. Go ahead.
Yeah, so she said a lot of stuff about him. And she said he was a buffoon.
Yeah.
By the way, she only lives down the road from me. Well, not down the road, about 10 minutes away. She's a lovely woman. She's very kind. She always says hi in the morning when I used to see her.
Okay.
So I was wondering whether he's got something to do with it.
Oh, you think that because she was rude about Mar-a-Lago, that he had her engineered out? Yeah. Well, you know what? The man thinks that he is not the President of the United States of America. He thinks that he is world king. And he does directly interfere with other countries' business. I mean, he's slapped something like a 50% tariff on everything that comes from Brazil because they are doing the right thing by prosecuting an ex-Trump type leader who tried to overthrow the government. And that has displeased Donald Trump, so he's trying to ruin their economy. And I would be very surprised if he had not at least thrown out the notion that he would do the same here if we in this country do something that displeases him.
Yeah, exactly. But the poor woman, she came out, she came clean, she said, I've done something wrong.
Yeah.
And she admitted it and
she referred herself to the standards.
Unlike
officer.
a lot of MPs.
Well, the thing that she failed to do was become a Conservative minister. Then she would have gotten away. She'd have been in the House of Lords by now. Sam, unfortunately, I've got to go, but thanks for that.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Hello, boys.
0345 6060 973. This text says, one way to stop talking about Nigel Farage is to talk about the newly elected leader of the Green Party, Zach Polanski. Far more interesting and better looking than Nigel. Please discuss, says that text. Well, I don't know about... interesting? I suppose so, maybe. Better looking? I don't know. You decide. He did make something of a splash, though. I mean, those videos that he made, they came right through the computer screen at me, whether it was TikTok or I can't remember where they originated, but they ended up on Twitter, who used to be known as X, would always be Twitter to me. And I thought, that's quite interesting. He was a bit sweary, which was kind of a surprise because you don't expect that of a politician. And I thought, okay, you've got something there. But what I think that politicians have got to stop doing, and this equates to newsreaders or people on programs like Panorama, stuff like that, news-type magazine programs, or just the news generally, is that you've got to stop walking towards the camera and speaking. Why are you doing that? I mean, we can pay attention. It's not, you're not on for 3 hours. You're 30 seconds tops. Our attention span does last that long. You don't have to have moving scenery behind you to keep us glued to the screen. Just stop doing it. Just tell us what you're going to tell us. I mean, you can stand in different places right enough, and they can cut from one scene to the next. You don't have to walk between the two while you're waving your arms around, usually is what they do. It's really bizarre. You look at programs that were made in the 1970s, and it was like, A Scent of Man or that Bronowski thing. Oh, that was the Bronowski thing, Scent of Man or Civilization, something like that. And it'll be some erudite and wise face talking directly at the camera without moving, not flinching, not wandering around, waving his arms like a clown. I think that they assume that we can't pay attention long enough unless they entertain us. Just tell us what you're going to tell us, and stop with the gymnastics. I mean, Panorama, for instance, used to be an interesting and intellectual program that lasted an hour, and it would be a lot of talking heads, close-ups, like headshots of people just nattering away about whatever it was. These days, it lasts half an hour because they think that we can't pay attention that long. And it's people waving their arms around while they're riding a bike through London, talking to a camera that's on a motorbike ahead of them for some unknown reason. Just pack it in. Bridgend, Bo.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. The Angela Rayner. Yeah. I've had to put my... Nick, it's dry down here. I've had to put my umbrella up. Yeah? Do you hear me?
You had to put your umbrella up?
Well, yeah, the right wing, they drooling and dribbling all over me. I swear to God.
Oh.
I'm getting soaked. I'm getting soaked.
Yeah, that's not rain you're getting soaked by, quite right.
No, oh, God. I heard GB News comparing that to toast. The Daily Snail, we've got... I heard a right-wing commentator say, we've got her. Why would any working-class person want to aspire to politics? Why would they? Because we haven't got the privilege of not making a mistake. My grandson said to me, can I go do my neighbour's... I'm skint. Can I go up a ladder and do my neighbour's gutters? 20 quid cash in the hand. I said, of course you can. They've got him, haven't they? If he aspired to anywhere above his station, we got him. You didn't pay a tax on this. You didn't do that. We haven't got the... you know what I'm saying? The right wing in this country can destroy anyone.
Well, what I can't understand really is that those who are the poorest among us believe and act in accordance with what the right-wing newspapers tell them. Right-wing newspapers that are owned by offshore, tax-averse billionaires who do not act in the best interests of the poor people that believe every single thing that they read in those papers. It just blows my mind.
Nick, they covered their asses. They covered by the Virgin Islands. They hide their money here. They hide their money there.
Yeah.
But look, Angela Rayner may well have had to resign over this issue, but the drooling and dribbling by the right-wing press, I've heard it all day. It is. We've got her.
But
why? How dare you rise above your station? How dare you?
Well, that's it. I think that's it. But that's Britain. How dare you rise above your station? Know your place. That is this country.
Nick, how do we change it? Because how can I tell my grandson you can't go and earn 20 quid up a ladder for cash in the hand when the right-wing press will destroy him in 20 years' time? They will.
Well,
They'll destroy him.
I don't recommend that anybody of any age goes up on a ladder to clean anybody's gutter, and I certainly don't recommend that you do it tax-free. But if both of those things come to pass, then I would destroy all evidence that it ever happened. All right.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Bo. Best of luck. Rico in Glasgow says the average reading age in the United Kingdom is typically that of a 9 to 11-year-old, meaning most adults read at a level equivalent to children in Year 5 or Year 6 of UK education. This is a fact and not an alternative fact, says Rico. This might help explain the vote for Brexit, the growth of support for reform, and explain why mobs gather outside hotels shouting at asylum seekers. Well, it might not explain it, but it might be, a contributory factor, no doubt about that. I mean, if you find yourself outside a hotel at 11 o'clock in the morning with a flag in one hand and a can of beer in the other, having just beaten up your girlfriend before you left the house, then maybe you need to spend some time looking in the mirror. Just a thought. Let's see now. Aylesford, Tony.
Hello.
Tony.
Hello. Before I get on to, I've got a few things. Angela Rayner. You mentioned this Sack guy. What's his surname? Because I've heard about him, and the more I hear, the more I like. Sack from the Green Party, isn't it?
Oh, Zach. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I'll find him. Yeah, but you said he's a bit sweary. I think not swear words, but I think we need more like that. So yeah, I haven't really heard much, but I did hear something in the week. But this makes me go on to Angela Rayner. oh, what a shame. I really, really was like, oh, not my Ange. And you had Claire, one of my favourite callers from New York yesterday, was talking about, and I was really disappointed, but I'm glad she's still an MP. Now,
there's no reason why she can't return to the cabinet at some point in the future, because just look at the example of the Tories of the last 14 years. They disgrace themselves and then they're kicked out. They cling on forever, desperately trying not to be defenestrated, and when they are, they just nip back in the front door and get rehired.
It's amazing, and you know what? There's so much I want to say about this. It's incredible, and you've got this Kemi Badenoch opposite. Now, sorry if I dive out. I will get back to it. Now, Nadine Coyle. Nadine Coyle, she's from Girls Aloud. Love Girls Aloud. Nadine Dorries, she's moved over. Do you not think it was funny how the Tories said, oh, well, we wish you all the best? Well, that says it all. But Angela... I mean,
the Reform called her a huge signing, or I can't remember the exact word they used, but it's a big signing. Big signing. Well, it's only a big signing if the side that she's leaving will miss her. And I don't believe they will.
No, but I've got some good news for people, because everyone's been talking about. I can't see Nigel Farage being a prime minister. I can't. But could you see Donald Trump being the president of the United States of America?
A president? Can you believe it?
No.
Even now he's done
in America, because they're all nuts.
Well, we're nuts here too. There's just as a larger percentage of dinglings in this country as there are in America. Don't believe otherwise.
Well, yeah, this is why I love listening to your show, because I think we're getting there. I don't think we're there yet. But
I do.
So this goes on. You reckon?
Yeah, absolutely.
No. Okay, well, look, we're getting there. Well, anyway, yeah. So I want to talk about flags, but for my good old mum, she is a Tory. My nan's not here with us anymore, and she took me to my game in Whitstable today, bless her, because I'm not driving at the moment. And she was talking about these flags. Now, I'm not going to tell you when, I was in Brighton recently.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of the flags on Brighton Seafront.
Oh, my God, yes.
And the council, at the taxpayers' expense, is going to have to come behind all of these toothless, grinning morons and take all those flags back down again, because it is a danger to traffic. They're going to come off. It's very windy in Brighton, always.
Yes.
And they're going to fly and cover somebody's windscreen, and they'll drive over somebody in a Kiss Me Quick hat.
Well, do you know what? When I was there, it was an overnight stay. It was a nightmare, to be honest. It was horrible, and then it absolutely shut it down the next day. But outside the room that I was staying in, there were just flags everywhere. Even my mum. But the Tories, a lot of people are thinking that they're going to vote for Farage. A lot of Conservatives hate Farage. So I don't think it's a done deal. But yeah, you're right. And I remember just seeing all these flags. And even my mum was saying, I find it intimidating. I really, really do.
I like the flag. It just depends on whether you're using it.
Why didn't they do it before?
It depends on whether you're using it to intimidate others or celebrate the nation. And it's the former in all of the above cases.
Yeah, and I do you know what, right? I mentioned St. Lazarus. I was feeling a bit down last week, and I was saying about, I think that the police are scared, and I think they really need to nip it in the bud. And, I was really upset at Angela Rayner going, but I don't think this is the end of her. And I'm glad. So who we got the Home Sec? Mahmood. Yes, Shabana Mahmood, who I quite like. And you've got a change of government. So they really need to, nip this in the bud before it does get out of control. But all these flags everywhere, and I just think I believe, why didn't they do this years ago?
Because it wasn't a thing years ago. They couldn't go around in a gang years ago. They didn't feel the comfort of being part of a gang in a crowd. The security that comes with that. And it wasn't a trend. I mean, it's just a trend. They will stop doing this when the weather turns. When it gets cold and raining, they will lose their performative patriotism. Don't you worry about that, Tony. But thanks for that. Got to go.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
This is about Kat, who texted the following. Not a cat. cat. I'm going to start a swear jar and put 50p in an old jam jar every time I hear Farage's name on the radio. Want to take bets on how much I'll have at the end of the winter? At this rate, a holiday to New Zealand or even a deposit for a small flat. Yeah. Well, that's going to be well, it pretty much is the news now, isn't it? And now, the news. Nigel Farage, Donald Trump. Trump, Farage. Farage, Trump. And now, the weather. Martin says, "Hi, Nick. Normally, if a person doesn't pay enough tax due to an error, they just require the balance owing to be paid, and that's the end of it. I wonder how much Farage paid in his fourth house in Clacton, or did he find a way of avoiding it in full?" Well, that's an interesting question. This is the Mirror reporting as follows. Despite the Reform leader announcing last year that he had bought a house in Clacton in Essex, where he is an MP, in fact, it was his partner, Laura Ferrari, 46, who shelled out almost £900,000 for the plush home. As her sole property, she would be liable for nearly £32,000 in stamp duty. If Farage had bought it, it would have cost him $75,000 as a second home duty, thereby saving $44,000 and leading to claims of hypocrisy over Angela Rayner. Now, after Rayner quit the government for saving $40,000 in stamp duty on a home in Hove, the Mirror quizzed Farage. When asked if he had lent or given Ms. Ferrari money towards the purchase, Farage said, "I haven't lent money to anybody." He confirmed that it is Ms. Ferrari's sole UK asset, but denied the arrangement had saved tax, saying that is a disgusting allegation, unfair and untrue. He said, "Stop being so mean." But in January, when asked if he had bought a home in Clacton, Farage replied, quote, "I have." He said, "I have, which is why you can see me out often on a Saturday morning buying the essentials. I'm out meeting lots of constituents on a regular basis." And last year, shortly before the purchase went through, he said, "I have bought a house in Clacton," and said, "I'll be living there. What more can I do?" The home, by the way, has 4 bedrooms and a swimming pool in a sought-after suburb. A swimming pool!
What?
Before Angela Rayner resigned, Farage says, "I don't see how she can survive this. There is no suggestion that either Farage or his girlfriend have broken any rules over the Clacton house." But Good Law Project director Joe Morm said, Farage has given 2 contradictory versions of the purchase. One, that he bought it, and another, that his girlfriend owns it. If the second one is correct, then he has engineered a massive saving on stamp duty larger than the one that forced Angela Rayner to resign. Farage has said Rayner should go, but if he doesn't go, he's a hypocrite. Farage is a buy-to-let landlord with a property portfolio of £3 million, including a family home on the outskirts of London. As of May last year, his business had cash in the bank of more than £1.7 million, more than enough to buy the Clacton property and the higher stamp duty outright. Farage has been the sole owner since 2017 of a £1 million family home. He also has 2 beachside homes in Kent worth £1.2 million through his company. One is rented out and the other is being refurbished. And there's an investment property he rents out in Surrey. And the Mirror revealed in 2013 that Farage had set up an offshore trust in the Isle of Man to avoid inheritance tax, but later insisted it had been a mistake and never used it. Well, I make the mistake all the time. Who doesn't? I mean, who hasn't opened an offshore trust on the Isle of Man by mistake? That happens all the time. But it doesn't make never mind, because the people who are his cult fans in this country are just the same as the Trump fans in America. And their response will be, yeah, so? Well, it's the politics of envy, that is. 0345 6060 973. Merthyr Tydfil. Hello, Jeff.
How are you doing, Nick?
Yes, good, thanks.
Right. Quick word of thanks to Fiona, who dropped into the Goose today.
Oh, yeah.
For the pint behind the bar.
Thank you, Fiona. But a pint behind the bar, really?
Booze.
For me.
Well, I think it's my fan club.
Right.
I think you're the only person that's not a member of it. So
anyway.
So that's 2 weeks in a row that somebody's bought you booze for your appearance on this show.
Yeah, and you're not a member of my...
Well, I'm practically... that makes me practically a drug dealer. Doesn't it?
Yes, I can't deny that. Anyway, what I wanted to tell you... was basically that I think the first real showing in any election will be coming up shortly in Caerphilly in South Wales.
Oh, yeah.
Where sadly the member of the Senate died tragically. And there's a by-election coming on where Reform are standing. And in the polls, it's polling at the moment, which of course could change. Plaid Cymru are leading by quite a stretch.
Right.
So we'll see how they get on. But
and which party was the person? Did the person belong to that died?
Caerphilly.
Right.
And that'll be coming up quite shortly. And I think Farage mentioned it.
That's a party, Caerphilly.
I don't know. Sorry, what was the question?
The question was which party did they belong to?
Oh, Labour. Sorry, the
Labour. Right. Okay.
The Labour member died, so it's a Labour constituency.
Okay.
And that's going to be coming up quite shortly, so we'll see how they get on. The conference in Birmingham, which was quite an event, wasn't it, really? In the sense that we didn't manage... I've heard that they didn't allow Anne Widdecombe to come on because her dress was too revealing.
Yeah, where was she?
Well, this is it. We're all looking for her. Yeah. Nobody can find her. But the other...
I mean, she's not the sort of person that you could miss in a crowd, really, is she? I mean...
No.
Just by sound alone, most people on Earth would be able to find her in about 10 seconds.
Yes. The conference itself was quite an event, as you know, but it's sort of...
well, I don't really know. I only saw the highlights, like a couple of seconds here or there. I could not bring myself to sit in front of that. I couldn't.
Right. Well, right at the end, this amazing performance from Andrea Jenkins.
Yeah.
When she came on and said, I'm an insomniac, repeated the line. Well, she fancies herself as a bit of a singer, and she sang the anthem at the end.
Really?
And she sang, and much to the embarrassment of the assembled multitude of idiots that were on stage, God save our gracious Queen.
Queen, yeah.
Yes.
Uh-oh. No. That's not really very patriotic, is it? Not knowing who your sovereign is.
Exactly. Which was just one of the things to round off quite a show, really. So what I wanted to say as well...
but which Queen, I wonder? I mean, how far back are we going? I would think Victoria, perhaps at the very earliest.
Anne Widdecombe might qualify.
No.
Anyway, the thing is, what you got to watch in the coming months, which is being, I think, suppressed in many ways, is, and I won't mention his name because he has been charged with taking bribes from the Russians when he was a member of the European Parliament. Right. And I say...
We probably said enough.
Yeah, I said enough, but he was a very close associate for the man himself. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's just about as vague as we can get,
and we shall leave it at that.
Right.
We shall leave it at that.
Okay.
But keep your eyes open on
I
that one.
most certainly will do nothing of the sort. But thanks for the advice. That was a missive from the Goose and Cuckoo. Thanks a lot, Jeff. 0345 6060 973. How many more of these messages from last night have I got? Oh, God, so many. And how many of today? Oh, no, so many. I'll never get through them. Right, must speed up. Martin says, read that. Pat says, Nick, if you want about 15 minutes of comedy, watch Andrea Jenkins' song and speech at the Reform C-O-N in capitals, conference. Hilarious, albeit excruciating. Yeah, I've just heard about that. This is a left field prediction, Nick. The Department of War will be linked with the Department of Homeland Security, and war will be declared on Inner America. Yeah, well, I think it's already been declared on Inner America. He's already started a war. Donald Trump said that he's a peace president, but he started a civil war with his own country.
I'll bring us into war.
Yeah, I believe that. I totally believe that you will do that. Anything to take people's mind off it, eh?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, we're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, darling. Yeah. Afraid so. Yeah, that's not going away. Nadia in Hastings says, I have a lot of fruit flies too. Never had them before. Didn't even know they were called fruit flies. Also, they fly towards your eyes and mouth. Do they bite? Well, they're so tiny, I wouldn't think it matters. But if they get near my mouth, they'll find out that I bite. 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbot, LBC.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
This is absolute tosh.
Hang about, Nick. Listen, now, what I'm trying to say to you is this, Nick, right?
Now, I didn't watch the match, and just because I don't know anything about it, it doesn't prevent me from having a strong opinion. But 2-0 to Andorra, that's just embarrassing. I mean, how many people live in Andorra, for crying out loud? 6. Okay, 12. They can only just make a football team with the people that live in that place, wherever it is. I bet my glamorous assistant wants to find out the population of Andorra straight away, if not sooner. 2-0, and one of them was an own goal.
What?
I mean, come on. Why is our team so bad? I mean, they're made up of players who do excellent business for their team. Oh, here it comes. Population of Andorra, 81,000. 81,000. Really? And where is it? Huh?
So it is a very tiny speck between France and Spain.
Ah, oui.
Si.
Yes. Okay, well done. 81,000 people living in Andorra, and we, I mean, beating them 2-0, and one of our goals was one of their own goals. I mean, that's like losing to me. That's terrible. Why are we so bad? Clitheroe, hello, Steve.
Hello, Nick.
Steve.
You know, every time you say that, I always want to be silent and see if you set that clock off and see if I can risk it right till the end and then say, hi, Nick.
Wow.
Well, I've never had the courage to do it yet.
Oh, well, it could go either way. You just don't know.
Maybe one day, Nick, maybe one day I'll surprise you. Something really weird happened today, right? So where I work, there's a bush. And I parked the car where I always park, got out the car, nipped into work, came back to the car, and I noticed all this fluttering around this bush. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that there were thousands, and I honestly mean thousands, of butterflies.
Huh.
And I told my wife, and she got out the car and came and had a look. So anyway, my wife, she said the red admirals, those butterflies.
Wow.
And literally, there were thousands of them. And there were also as many bees, if not double the amount of bees there.
What kind of a bush was it?
Well, this is the thing, right? So I started making a little video, and I put it on our local Facebook group where I live. And I said, for anybody who's interested in butterflies and stuff, this is an absolute spectacle. I'm just wondering, does anyone know what kind of bush that is? And I was really embarrassed, Nick, because everybody just came back saying ivy.
Ivy. Oh, right.
Well, apparently, this particular kind of ivy, it flowers at this time of year, and it's so rich in pollen that these butterflies, maybe they just hide the whole time, waiting until it's time to get some pollen from there.
Yeah.
But it was an incredible thing.
Well, I would like to see that video.
Well, I will organise for it to be sent to you via email then.
Well, I shall look forward to receiving it.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. And all you can hear in this video is you can hear the occasional footstep from me as I'm walking. But all you can hear is the traffic in the distance. But the buzzing and the sound that this nature's making.
Right.
It was quite an awe-inspiring moment.
Well, I've got a lot of ivy where I live, and they're absolutely covered with wasps at the moment. And I think they produce a lot of nectar at this time of year. You're right. You might be right. It could be pollen, but the ivy goes through this cycle of like nature. It's amazing. It goes through a cycle of doing all sorts of different things at different times of year. And I think they produce little berries that all fall off and get stuck under your...
Well, that's what somebody said. Yeah, I didn't know that, but somebody said that right now it's really rich in the pollen and the nectar, and then it'll soon be time for them to produce some berries, and then the birds will get them and store them all up for winter.
Right.
And it's just like, I've been thinking, I've parked there all week long, and this has been going on right next to my face, and I've not noticed it.
Next to your face?
Yeah.
Your beautiful
absolutely
face.
Mesmerised.
Yeah.
I was mesmerised. But another thing that I wanted to mention to you, Nick, I know Jeff just mentioned it from Merthyr Tydfil, one of the favourites on the show. This politician guy, don't really want to name him, but he's been doing his thing, hasn't he? Did you see that he went to America in the week and complained that basically it's like North Korea here?
Right.
And
all these patriots in Union Jack socks who leave this country to slag us off abroad.
Yeah, and I think he got the kids call it ripped a new one whilst he was there.
He did.
And
he got roasted. Yeah.
And he came back slightly humiliated. But I don't know if you've seen this. Apparently it was yesterday. Whilst all the Angela Rayner stuff was going on, he was supposed to go on at 4:00, but he changed the time because he wanted to be breaking news and go in and tell the conference all about Labour losing it and it's all falling apart.
Yeah.
There was a protester there in the audience who started shouting. It's inaudible. You can't work out exactly what she's saying.
Right.
But, oh, my God, have you ever seen such a heavy-handed security team? They pick her up. There's 5 that I can see, but there's another at least 4 people around. They've literally lifted her up. One person's got a foot, one person's got the other foot, all the way through her body. Somebody's holding her hair in a really strange way, as if almost they're tugging the hair, and just took her out of there. And do you know, I was thinking, that's North Korea. Right there.
Well, it's America.
And that's in your conference.
It's America is what it is, because Donald Trump does the exact same thing. When anybody speaks at one of his demented mass rallies, then this quote from him was about that exact scenario. Somebody started saying something that he disagreed with. The crowd started booing. He told him to get him out of here, and he said,
"Like to punch him in the face."
Like to punch him in the face.
Is that where that comes
from?
I thought that came from like his Apprentice show on the TV or something.
No.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
But do you know what? I've got an idea of how we could make this flag thing stop right now.
It starts raining.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. That's always a good one. I think all the police officers will be glad when the winter comes in.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah.
But no, a really good way of doing it is if every single migrant in this country, even people of migrant heritage, so whose parents came over here, if they just said, do you know what, we'll show you what we are, we'll show you who we are, and they went on strike for one day.
Oh.
this country would grind to a halt.
It would fall flat in its face, yeah.
Yeah. So there's two ways that could land up, really. You could say that they're provoking, and you could double down on the argument that they're not here for us and they're not part of our society. Or you could walk away from that quietly and say, wow,
well, I
didn't know how much we need all of these people.
It would only take one day, and then we would very, very quickly come to the conclusion that we would be better off with the people who are either immigrants or come from immigrant stock.
Yeah.
Rather than the people who are outside the hotel shouting at immigrants with a flag in one hand and a beer in the other. Because
I would tattoo.
Yeah, I would guess that the people inside the asylum hotels would be less likely to be nightmare neighbours, would be more likely to work and pay taxes, would be less likely to take to live a life on benefits, and less likely to become known to the police.
Absolutely.
So this country would actually be better off if we swapped one for one the people inside the hotels for those people outside the hotels. We should
You're
deport.
100% right.
We should deport the people outside the hotels to some third world country, and this nation would be all the better for it.
Controversial, Nick,
but true.
Do you know, there was somebody, a lovely lady from Epping. I can't remember what show she was on. She was either on Tom Swarbrick or Sheila's show during the week, and she was on for a few minutes, and she was just saying, do you know what? We hate this. We're trying to live our lives, and 3 nights a week we've got the police helicopter just right above the house.
Yeah.
We've got these yobbos. And what I've heard in previous times as well is that none of them are from there.
No, they're all
tourists.
They get bussed in. Yes, but the actual locals are the ones saying, please leave us alone, we need our sleep.
Yeah, absolutely sick of it. And I am as well. That's why I didn't mention the guy's name at the top of this call.
Well, certain oily charlatans are whipping all of this up in their Union Jack socks, saying that, I don't know that all migrants are criminals. I'm just asking questions. Yeah. Okay, sure. All right, good to talk to you. Thanks, Steve. 0345 6060 973. This says, I seem to be having a problem with fruit flies too. I have never noticed them in my life before. Where do they normally go? And how come there are so many this year? I've also got those electric fly swats, but they make me jump out of my skin when they spark. They're so damn loud. Yeah, well, they wouldn't spark with a little fruit fly. I think they're too small to make contact, really, because the fruit fly will either go around the bat as you wave it at them in the air, or it will go through the holes in the bat. It needs to be a finer mesh. This says, hey, Nick, to deal with fruit flies, catch a spider and stick it in your bin. It will feast on clouds of the wee blighters, earning its keep. Alternatively, stick fly paper flowers in plant pots or by windows. They're great. Fly paper flowers. They sound horrible. Yeah, but and they would have flies stuck all over them, apart from anything else. I don't like the sound of that at all. I mean, I'm hoping that, come the winter, they'll all die. That's not a cruel thing to say, is it? They're just flies. This says, to get rid of fruit flies, put a glass of apple cider vinegar mixed with washing up liquid. The flies are attracted to the scent of the vinegar, and when they land on the surface of the mixture, the washing liquid acts as glue, and they are sucked into the mixture and drown. I got rid of dozens of them this way. Blimey, that sounds like sounds like a horror film in there. You want to torture them? And finally, from last night, this says, Nick, I have fruit flies. I've never had them in 50 years in my kitchen, and they've come since we've had these food collecting ideas by the council. They like rotten food. Yeah. I suspect they also come in plants or flowers that you buy at the supermarket. I bought some sunflowers, and either they like them a lot or they came with them. Very suspicious. Somebody should look into that very strongly.
Nick Abbot on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
What in places goes on inside that head of yours?
Okay, this is quite a long text, so get comfortable. John in Catford says, "Hi Nick, I want to be the first to put a marker down on the sequel to Idiocracy, which is the film that used to be a documentary, used to be a comedy about the dystopian future. Now it's a documentary about the present. Absolutely everything in Idiocracy has come true. As idiotic as it seems, it's all true now. Incredible. And they've gone really over the top in Idiocracy with the person that they've portrayed as the President of the United States of America, but not over the top enough.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Yeah, than anybody, yeah. Anyway, he says, Trump is getting tired, and I believe that much of the Republican Party secretly hates him and can't wait for him to eat his lost cheeseburger. The 2028 election will be Gavin Newsom, sadly a hollow suit, but very good at being a politician, and the best the Democrats have. I don't think he's a hollow suit. J.D. Vance has all the charisma of a mouldy potato. That is true. Cory Booker just got engaged for his run for president. No chance. I don't know who that is. Who's Cory Booker? And he says, wait for it, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the queen in waiting for the MAGA throne. MTG 2028 hats are about to go on sale. Good night and good luck. Marjorie Taylor Greene? Surely not. St Albans, hello Alex.
Nick, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I am super, thanks for asking.
Fabulous. Nick, a couple or three things for you.
Yes.
First one is a suggestion for your dictator name list, or the orange one.
Go on.
I stole this from Jimmy Kimmel. It is Nelson Mandela.
Nelson Mandela. No, I don't like that.
Damn it. Okay.
Because Nelson Mandela is, is a revered,
him.
is a revered figure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Herman Mao is better.
Well, I didn't think that one up though, so I can't support that one.
So anyway.
Associated Press. Now, I always thought that they were quite neutral towards the American government, but they put their headline article up at 8 o'clock this evening, entitled "How Donald Trump is Weaponizing the Government to Settle Personal Scores and Pursue His Agenda." They're really going for him.
Well, that's not really new news. Associated Press. Let's see if I can get that story up.
I thought they were quite neutral, so it feels like they're...
Well, it's about time that a journalist took a stand in America. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. They're pretending that everything is completely normal and will shortly revert to as it used to be. It isn't. It's a coup, for crying out loud. Wake up, America.
Exactly.
Here we go. How Donald Trump is weaponizing the government to settle personal scores and pursue his agenda. I mean, this isn't new news. This is old news.
No, I know, but it's coming from them. It feels like hopefully it'll reach the parts that other people aren't yet reaching.
Was the Associated Press the organisation that he threw out of the White House for refusing to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America?
I think you might be right.
Yeah. He's the arbiter of free speech, by the way. He loves free speech, unless it's a free speech that he disagrees with, in which case you're banned and you will leave the building and you'll probably get arrested and thrown in jail.
Exactly.
And the same in America and the same here, oddly enough, with
it's going that way.
With mini-Trump in this country.
And Palestine action again and all that.
Well, I wasn't referring to that. I was referring to the Reform Party and how they have acted against the press in this country.
Yes. Nick, can I give you one very quick suggestion before I get thrown off?
Okay.
A TV show that I think someone else has mentioned it before.
Yeah.
And I can't remember if you said you'd seen it, but it's called Slow Horses, and I initially didn't like it. I thought it was nonsense, but I actually have really got into it, and I suspect you might like it.
Right. Well, it's not the first time I've heard of it. I'm sure I read something about it just today.
There's a new series coming, Series 5.
What channel is it on?
I'm afraid it's on the fruity one, Apple.
Oh, well
Apple TV.
Then I'll have to go over to my mate's place who's got Apple. I don't have that myself. I won't have Apple in the house.
Okay.
for reasons I've explained many times, I just will not have anything Apple in my house. I won't. I don't want it, and you can't make me.
Oh, fine then. I won't try.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Alex. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, it was an iTunes incident. Very briefly, I tried to take all of my carefully curated iTunes files from one computer to another. And I had spent hours, endless hours, making sure that everything was perfect. Because quite often you'll put an album on there and it doesn't do it right. Like, if some tracks have got, like, guest artists on and they're called that on the track, it's like such and such featuring whoever, then it will make it a different album. How annoying is that? And so you've got to go through the whole thing and, make sure they're all right. And if it's a double album, that it doesn't think it's two different albums, stuff like that. And albums that come without artwork. Couldn't stand that, just having a blank image where the actual picture of the album should be. So I went through and changed all of that, and it was absolutely perfect. And then I made the mistake of changing from one computer to another, and I looked up ahead of time to see what it was that you do in order to do it do it to perfection. And I followed all of the things that you're supposed to do. What's the matter with me? All of the things that you are supposed to do, and I ended up with about 3,000 anonymous tracks marked 1 and 3,000 anonymous tracks marked 2, and so on. All of the information had gone, and they were just a jumble of different tracks with no idea where they came from and where they're supposed to be. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
So I will not have Apple in the house. They had their chance and they blew it. Gary in Anglesey says, the name of the retro chocolates you were trying to remember last week was Revels. That's right. The original flavours were orange cream, ooh, my favourite, coconut, peanut, toffee, and the flat ones like the minstrels. That was back when penny chews were exactly that. Fruit salads, flying saucers, and refreshers had to be up there, says Gary. Yeah, I always like the orange ones. And you'd nibble a bit of it and find that you hadn't picked an orange one, you picked a coconut one instead. So, and if you were sharing them out, amongst, some of your mates, you'd have to, well, can I go again? I'll put this one back. It's only got a small nibble out. 0345 6060 973. Oldbury. Hello, Ranjit.
Yeah, I've got a name for Donny, yeah?
Yes. King
Don Dumb.
No.
No? Okay, leave that one then. Right away. I concede anyway. I'm working on that.
Yeah, it's a no from me.
It's a no. You know Nigel Farage's alleged house? Do you know that you can apply to the local land registry, pay a small fee, and get a document, which is an official copy of the register of who owns it, how much it was, or who the beneficiaries are, like a bank or whatever?
I did not know that.
No, you can, yeah. It used to cost about £3 something, but I think it's gone up a bit now. So you could apply to the and you'll get, know exactly which bank it was, whatever.
Right. Well,
how much it was sold for.
Yeah. Well, let's assume that it's in his. Is it his wife? His wife's name. But what's odd is that he kept telling us that he personally had bought that house.
Well, if somebody's quite inventful, they can go and get that document and send it to you.
Right. Well, I'd be surprised if a journalist hasn't already done that. And if it was, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm just having a beer as well.
Oh, right.
Not too much anyway.
Yeah. You haven't swallowed a fruit fly, have you?
No. I can tell you about fruit flies. You know our potato peeler, where we peel the potatoes?
No, I don't know.
No, you don't know. You'll have to come down one day and have a look, yeah? And you have fruit flies flying around in there, and then I've only just found out what they are. They're only little. They're like, you can't even, you have to really look.
They're tiny, yeah.
Yeah, they are very tiny. And just going on about Jeff getting 3 points, in the cuckoo, yeah?
Right.
You know, I get people coming to visit me and they get treated by me. So I think Jeff needs to start treating them. Yeah.
Well, they come into your chip shop and they offer to buy you some chips?
No, I give them food. I do. And they all want to pay. And I think, look, you know, you've travelled all the way this far.
Right.
I don't think I should charge you. They say, well, have a little bit
of course not. They're on a pilgrimage, Ranjit.
They are, yeah. And the best thing this week, right, on the news, right, was absolutely fantastic. You know, Donny No mates, right, when Kim Jong and Xi Jinping and Putin, right, they were all hugging each other, right, and Donald Trump blew a fuse. He turned around and says, you guys are basically, in our language, like mine and your language and our listeners, yeah? You are annoying me. Will you stop sticking together? You're blackballing me. Why didn't you call me, right? And the thing is, right, the Chinese president could have said to him, listen, did you have a look at your, war machine parading? You know, they had dust on there and everything,
It was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my life. Emperor Squeaky Tanks thought he was going to get one of those high-precision military parades that you see in, like, North Korea or China or somewhere like that. And he actually got a bunch of guys in who looked like they'd picked their uniform up off the bedroom floor and they were shambling along the road to go to a bar. It was the worst parade ever.
And the way they done it in China, the way they used the wide lens, right, all you could see was soldiers in a triangular form, where they were just forever the eye can see.
Yeah.
I can't remember what this film was, right? It was like the Yankees and whoever were fighting the Civil War. They were running towards them, and then they seen these guys with the grey suit, the uniforms on. They were, oh, yeah, this is my mates, right? And when they got closer, they started taking all the dust off the uniform, and they had the blue uniforms. And maybe somebody's watched that film. It's an old cavalry film. That's what these blokes were walking in that parade when Donald Trump done it, yeah? These guys were totally exhausted.
But you've lost me. I've got no idea what film that is.
There was a film. There's an old
well,
film.
don't tell me again.
But basically, they thought they had green uniforms, but they were covered in dust, right? They were covered in dust, and underneath it was
get
blue.
it. Yeah, I understand
These guys had dirty uniforms
I
on.
know. You've told me that already.
And it was horrible that, you know, when he was standing there, he must have thought, what have I done, right? You know, this is America at its best, right?
I don't think that he thinks anything of the sort. Well, he wants another parade, doesn't he? Because the Navy's birthday is coming up, so he wants another parade for that, which is going to be difficult because how can you have a parade on water? Maybe.
He's just a nutter. Every day he does it now, right? I think he's on his decline now. I think, you know, when he used to take the mickey out of
He's
Biden.
been on his decline ever since Theresa May held his hand to walk him down that ramp. Like, literally on his decline. He's been going downhill ever since. Ranjit, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you are on WhatsApp, then it's the same number as the phone.
Leading Britain's conversation, Nick Abbott. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Thank you for holding. Your call is important to us.
Yes, Jan in New York, your call is important to us.
Hello, Nick.
Jan.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. Now, the other day, you were talking to Carol about new artwork for your podcast, weren't you?
Oh, yes, that's right. I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
And she wanted you to take a photograph of yourself.
Oh, right, yeah.
But you weren't very keen, were you?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Well,
yes.
I can understand that because I've always hated having my photo taken.
I hate it.
In fact, go on.
No, I hate it.
Yeah. But do you remember when you were at primary school, did you have your photo taken there?
Well, I must have done. Yeah, I mean, you're all in the shot, the whole class, with the teacher in the back.
No, we used to have it done separately at primary school. And I used to hate that day. You know, teacher would say, now, all come in with your hair tidy tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because you're having a photo taken. God, I used to dread it. And it was even worse because if you had a sister or a brother at the same school, they used to take you together and separately. So I had to go through it twice.
Oh.
Terrible.
Did you manage to get your hair just so?
Oh, I don't know.
No.
I mean, I don't care, really.
Well, you didn't keep any of those old pictures?
Well, there's somewhere about, but I don't look at them, you know.
Right.
Do you?
Look at your pictures? No.
No, yours.
Oh, that makes more sense. No, I don't. No.
No.
I wouldn't know where to find them.
No. The secondary school wasn't so bad because you did have them all taken together, didn't you?
I don't really remember much of that. I mean, I think there are pictures of me in a crowd, which must have been my class.
Yeah.
But I don't recall, although now I am thinking about it, I do have a vague memory of having to sit in, like you sit in a chair with a sort of fuzzy background, like a sort of vaguely, an ambient background, like a colour wash. And you had to sit there and smile. I hate smiling.
Yeah, that's it. Say cheese. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Well, these days, of course, it's everybody under the age of 30 spends all of their spare time taking pictures of themselves.
Well, that's it. I can think of nothing worse.
They do hours and hours and hours, and you know it's true because if you're ever in a place where somebody takes their phone out and says, let's do a selfie, all of us, they're like robots. It's absolutely extraordinary to watch. They all go into their practiced pose. They must spend hours in front of the mirror and
pouting.
You're pouting, exactly right, and just taking endless pictures, thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures from every single angle to make sure that they get the precise one that they always hit that pose for every shot that is ever taken of them. And somebody will get the phone out and they'll all sort of move like a machine into their various poses. They'll take the picture and then they'll all relax and go back to being normal human beings again until somebody takes another phone out, and they'll all. It's absolutely astonishing. They're so precise to wherever the phone is. They will all go to. Their face will be just slightly off, and they will look over their shoulder a little bit. And oh God. The amount of time that these kids spend on that is
I know.
I mean, it's just ridiculous is what it is.
Well,
hey,
I'm so
kids, wake up.
So glad we didn't have phones when I was young.
Me too.
I can think of nothing worse. Absolutely awful.
Everything about it makes me glad that I did not have them when we were kids.
Terrible, wasn't
everything.
It? Yeah. Can I just say something else?
Of course.
I want to agree with something that the other Jan said about a fortnight ago.
Yeah.
Get your autobiography written.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't done enough to write an autobiography. I haven't got to the end of my life yet.
No, I know, but people write them much younger than you, don't they?
Well, yeah, I know. But it would mean writing.
You've got all those fabulous stories you've got when you were in America.
Yeah.
And all the different jobs you've had.
Yeah.
It would be fantastic.
But I'd have to write it, though. I don't want to. I really don't want to.
Go on.
No, I can't. Don't make me.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, life is full of little disappointments, Jan. That's just one of them.
Well, that's a big one.
Yeah. Well, you're just going to have to live with it.
Oh, no.
All right. Okay. Got to go, Jan.
All right.
Ta-da. Bye-bye. A message from next door. Why don't you get a ghostwriter? What? Yeah. Well, that's a good idea. Like the guy at the beginning of Scooby-Doo who tells those pesky kids not to go into the fairground. Like that. Another message. Also, Cory Booker ran for president in 2020. Right, well, I wouldn't be able to pick him out of a lineup, but never made it to the primaries. So, now we know. Alex in Norwich says, a little trip for no, I've read that, but that's about the washing up liquid and cider vinegar. But you just get a bowl full of dead flies. I don't like the sound of that at all. Alex says, did you catch the hot mic moment between Alex Zuckerbot He does come across like a robot.
Affirmative.
Yeah, he does. Mark Zuckerberg and Hippo POTUS. The Hippo asked how much Meta was going to invest in the US, and Mark made up a number because he wasn't sure what Trump wanted to hear. For a man as wealthy as he is, you think he'd be able to afford a spine. Yes, exactly. Mark Zuckerberg. How much did he make yesterday? Let's have a little look, shall we? Oh, he's the third richest person in the world, and you would think he'd be able to afford a spine. Exactly right, Alex. He made £4,000 million yesterday. I ain't making that up. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index gets updated on a daily basis. It tells you how much people have made over the last year and how much they made in one day, the previous day. And Mark Zuckerberg is worth $263 billion. He made $55 billion last year, like he needs it, and made $4 billion yesterday. That is £4,000 million yesterday. And he's still crawling across the floor to kiss Donald Trump's shoes. What is wrong with these people? I would genuinely like to know, what is wrong with it? What is the point of having all that money if you have absolutely no power of any kind whatsoever compared to a painted clown off the telly? It's astonishing to me. Robin says, Nick, you were a bit unfair to Nad's balding, bloated, blonde beau last night. Just imagine the state of the country we'd be in if Bodger hadn't done his best.
I can't comment on that.
Blonde, bloated beau. That's a bit strong. Hey, Bodge. Yeah, well, maybe not. Zamarzet, Laura.
Hi, Nick.
Laura.
Having fun?
Pardon?
Are you having fun?
Yes, I'm at work. Of course I am.
Yeah, lovely. Your iTunes story was really upsetting. I think it should have come with an advisory. That was awful, horrendous.
I was very, very upset. I continue to be annoyed to the point that I will not have that brand in my house. I just won't. They had their chance and they blew it.
Well, it's almost as bad as a story that my friend's dad has, and he had an iPod Shuffle, which is one of those really tiny iPods, and he ran a marathon, and something happened to his iPod that it would only play Baggy Trousers by Madness. He had to run for 4 hours with that playing.
Well, I mean, it's a good song, but I wouldn't want to hear it twice in a row. Then my about 4 hours on end. No.
Yeah, well, anyway, I actually called in to talk about fruit flies because I did a neuroscience degree, and they are like the king of neuroscience, fruit flies.
What does that mean?
Well, we've done loads of research with them. We've actually mapped the entirety of the fruit fly's brain. It's quite astonishing that we still can't figure out how to actually control them.
How do people look at a brain in a fly that is so small you can barely see it with the naked eye? It's got a brain?
Microscopes, amongst other things, you know.
I bet they look horrible under a microscope.
They are also really big in sort of developmental biology and genetics. We did a experiment with them when we were looking at genes related to different social disorders. And I remember it was on Valentine's Day, and we were putting two flies in a dish together to see if they would court each other, and we would write down the genes of each one. And then one of them, I thought, bear in mind I was in my first year of uni, I was a sort of bright-eyed 18-year-old girl, basically, and I thought we were going to all release them at the end of the day, and it was going to be a really lovely Valentine's Day. And then my lecturer said, well, no, we've got to kill them with dry ice.
Execute them with great vengeance. Yes.
And I said, why do we have to do that? She said, we can't let the socially disturbed ones go out and mate with the general population, because then we have loads of socially disturbed flies. And the worst part was, me and my friend, our dish broke, so 2 got away, and I was really worried. And he said, "Don't worry about it. They won't get far because they're not courting anybody, right? They're not going to procreate."
Courting? Did they actually use that word in class? Courting?
Yeah.
Courting?
It's very. Do you know what they do? They get around the female and they do circles around her. It's very sweet, actually. We basically put like a camera on them so we could watch it like up with zoomed in because they're very small. As your listeners have already said.
Yeah.
And
I know they are, and they're quick too.
But what I find so ironic is that you got all these callers calling in about different ways to control them because no one's got a foolproof way, right? They're still around. They're still bothering you with your electrified tennis racket.
Yeah.
And they're still bothering that dude with the apple cider vinegar.
They're extremely annoying.
But we've mapped their entire brains, Nick. They're the only species we've actually mapped every single neuron, and we still can't, control them.
How many neurons have they got? Like about 2? How many can you squeeze into
Nick.
such a tiny little shape?
At least 10.
10 neurons.
No, at least 10. More than 10. At least 10.
Right. What is a neuron?
It's just like educational hour, isn't it?
Well, it depends what your answer is.
A neuron is a
yes
cell.
Mm-hmm.
You're making me nervous now. It's like a brain cell, and it transduces your electrical signals.
Oh,
like
it's
a big network.
It's a transducer. Oh, we've just got information from next door. The fruit fly, Drosophila. Its brain.
Drosophila.
Yeah, Drosophila, like I said. Its brain contains approximately 140,000 neurons.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, more than 10.
More than well, that is true. Yeah, more than 10. Yeah, you were completely correct in every respect.
Thank you. One question before I go.
Yes.
Do you think when my chicken is sat on me, she thinks that I'm a big egg? Or like a big chicken? Because I thought, I know you're not an animal biologist, Matt, but I just wanted to know your thoughts on it. Because I value your 2 cents on things, Nick.
Do I think that when your chicken is sitting on you, it thinks you are an egg?
Yeah.
Let me think about that, Laura, and I'll get back to you. Stupid chicken. Not an egg. Anyway, thanks a lot, Laura.
Leading Britain's conversation. Nick Abbott. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Please hold the line. I'm trying to connect you.
Yes, I am trying to connect a caller, but first I have to read some texts and such because they're just piling up. This says, I have a theory about fruit flies and bananas. Maybe they're punishing us humans for not opening bananas at the correct end like monkeys do. Yeah, stupid monkeys. They open it at the wrong end. They open it at the end with that little thing in the bottom.
Disgusting.
That tastes horrible. Why would they want to do that? Stupid monkeys. And the other end is you bend it back and then the banana pops over. Monkeys don't know what they're doing. This says so. Lammy studied Master of Laws at Harvard, but did he get offered a partial scholarship for a postgraduate course when he was 16? That's talent. Yeah, talking about you, Kemi. You remember Kemi Badenoch, don't you? No! Yeah, that's her, yeah. Derek in Cullen says, Angela Rayner should have asked King Kong Don about stamp duty. He probably knows a lot about stamp duty. I bet that nobody knows more about stamp duty than him. I know more about everything than anybody. Everybody says that. And this says, a surefire way to get rid of fruit flies involves a squash racket, golden syrup, and 4 fire lighters. However, I cannot reveal the method because of the danger to human life. Well, you got the ingredients. Now we need to know what the recipe is. Weymouth. Hello, Jeff.
Hi there.
Hello there.
Hi. I think I have, it's a solution that works for me. I have several Venus flytraps in my lounge.
Oh.
and I do not get bothered by any flies of any description, big or small.
So have you seen the Venus flytrap actually in action?
Oh, yes, many, many times.
Really?
I have a large table in a very big south-facing bay window in Weymouth, and I get the sun from the morning till the evening. And I got my fly traps there, and I feed them twice a week. And
what do you feed them with?
Grubs. They're dried grubs. You can purchase them online or.
God, that's weird, isn't it? Like feeding a plant with meat.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. Yeah, well, that's what they are. They're carnivorous plants, you know, and they thrive on protein, really.
God, it's a good job that they didn't get big, isn't it? Because
there are some rather large ones, but mine are quite small.
Well, no, I mean, big enough to take a mammal. Well, it's not beyond the realms of possibility, is it? I mean, on another planet, perhaps, in a different universe, then, it's quite possible that a plant would have evolved to be, so dangerous that it might actually swallow us whole.
Well, I'm surprised Hollywood hasn't made a film about it.
Well, they have. It's called Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, they work for me. That's all I can say.
Right.
I get no flies in my flat at all.
Well, that's a good idea. I don't know why I didn't think of that. And they're quite nice to look at, aren't they? Those things.
Yeah, and they seem to be intelligent in a way, because when you approach them with a grab on tweezers, they're not all open. You've got loads of them in one plant, and as you approach them, it's almost as though they sense that you're going to do something. But if you touch them more than twice, they close up.
Huh.
So you've got to be very quick.
Right. Well, it sounds like you're dicing with danger there.
They send up flowers every now and then, about a stalk about 6 inches high, and then you get beautiful white flowers on the top. And then I take them off, I cut them out, because it starves the main plant from nutrition.
Right.
But if you leave them go long enough, they drop seeds down into the main plant, but then it gets too busy, so you've got to dig them out and plant them again in another pot. Right. And you've got to bottom feed them. They've got to be in a tray with water in all the time, because they come from Middle America,
a
mainly,
moist climate.
They're bog plants, and they're not used to being in terribly bright sunshine all the time.
Well, it sounds like having a pet. It's like a lot of responsibility.
It is my pet, because I would love to have a dog or a cat or something, but I can't, because I'm a first floor flat, and I can't get up and down the stairs very well at my age.
Yeah.
So I find that my plants, I've got several here on
so you
my
decided
table.
to get a lot of killer plants.
Yeah. I wish I had that sound effect you got for a rifle. What is it?
Well, if only I had it to hand. Yeah. All right, good to talk to you, Jeff. Thanks for that. Huh. The natural remedy, never mind about bowls of washing up liquid and apple cider, just get a killer plant. Why not? Ree in Harpenden says, can you please tell my husband Mark to stop making noises on his phone while I'm trying to listen to you? Many thanks. Well, he sounds like a nightmare, Ree. Zach in Portsmouth says, you should have the LBC TOH jingle as your doorbell. TOH. Oh, top of hour. Oh, you must be in the business, Zach. TOH. I'll bet you're a DJ. Hey! That is professional industry lingo. That is TOH. That's the top of our music. I couldn't have that as a doorbell. It goes on for about a minute. Mind you, the Big Ben thing does go on for quite a long time as well. I mean, by the time they get to the dongs, I've taken the package from the guy at the door and signed for it. taken it back into the kitchen, opened it up, and found it's broken. Let's see now. I could take a call now, but it would be a bit rude because there's only 2 minutes to go, and they have been waiting a good long while. So I'll take you afterwards. All right, take you after the news. I'll wipe up some of these messages, of which there are a boatload. Terry in Bournemouth says, just wondering, Nick, if Angela Rayner had been able to say that she followed the ministerial code at all times in an old Etonian accent, would she have gotten away with it all, like Johnson did many times? Have you still got that clip of him? No, I did not.
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Yeah, at all times. Sure he did. This says, Trump changed the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War, probably in response to the Chinese Communist Party's military parade celebrating the end of World War II, which America won, by the way. That's what I heard. And they won World War One. Sheila in West London says, did you hear Reform PLC now has a new name? This is due to so many of the Conservative Party joining. It's now called the Reform Con Party, complete with sparkling dresses, singing and dancing. Yeah, I don't like the sound of that. Amy says, another idea for your Tyrannosaurus Rex bingo card. He'll have a verse about himself added to the US national anthem. No doubt it'll be the most tremendous verse ever. Also, I blame Meghan Markle for the fruit flies. They weren't here until she started selling jam. Well, that is true. Thanks a lot, Meghan Markle. You see what you've done? Boo! And Val in London says, why isn't Jess Phillips in any of the promotion lists? I think she's great. Even better than Angela Rayner. And Shaf in Epsom says, Nick, if I may correct you, the biggest scam billionaires pulled was convincing us that they actually have that kind of money. They don't. What they hold are shares, securities and papers suggesting a potential value. The moment they try to liquidate, the price collapses and the money vanishes. That's not true. When Musk wanted to buy Twitter, he had to raise billions in loans because he never had that cash. No, he just didn't want to use his own money. What they truly hold is influence. They will use the perception of wealth to bend people to their will, and Trump grasped the trick perfectly. You don't need real money, only the belief that you have it. Well, most of that's absolute nonsense, Shaf. I mean, I know that, for instance, that Jeff Bezos out of Amazon, I know that yesterday he didn't make £8,700 million in cash. It was the increase in the value of his assets. But if he wanted to liquidate it, he could get that money, or he could get a 1% of it, with which he could with which he could spend the rest of his life trying to spend it and still fail. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
You're joking.
Oh, hello.
Lee Anderson is going to be their welfare spokesman. Top marks for reading that with a straight face. Just when you thought it couldn't get any funnier, it does. I mean, come on, really. Leonard says, Nick, the politics of envy phrase is outright gaslighting, period. Yeah, it is. This says, have you seen the doctor who claimed in the Reform conference that the King's cancer is related to COVID vaccine? Finally, the UK has its own RFK Jr. and he has a much better tan. Yeah, that guy. Here he is. Hang on. Reform are under fire after Dr. Aseem Malhotra, who spoke at Reform's UK party conference, has previously been accused of spreading conspiracy theories about vaccines and making a number of discredited health claims. An advisor to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s claimed on the main stage of Reform UK's party conference that COVID vaccines had been a significant factor in members of the royal family getting cancer.
What?
Dr. Asim Malhotra, whose claims about the COVID vaccines are disputed by the majority of the medical community, also said that the jabs had killed millions of people around the world. The comments are likely to raise questions about the decision to give him such a high-profile slot at the conference. Dr. Malhotra has been accused of spreading misinformation about COVID vaccines and is regarded as discredited by many. On Saturday afternoon, he gave a speech entitled "Make Britain Healthy Again." They're just transposing everything that Trump's done onto this country. Everything. It's the whole book, all of it. I would imagine it's just the same people who are behind both movements. Same people, same money. Betcha, betcha, betcha. Anyway, he's gave a speech entitled "Make Britain Healthy Again" on the main stage of Reform. Did they have minor stages? Echoing the Make America Healthy Again agenda led by RFK Jr., Donald Trump's health secretary. That guy. The health secretary. During the speech, Malhotra repeated the claim which he said he had been asked to share by another doctor who thinks it's highly likely that the COVID vaccine has been a significant factor in the cancer of members of the royal family. In his speech, which was cheered passionately throughout by reform activists, because, of course it was, Malhotra also railed against the World Health Organization, which he said had been captured by Bill Gates. He ended his speech by endorsing Reform's Nigel Farage to be Prime Minister. He said, "If there's one person in this country who is speaking up for truth, for honesty and for integrity, it's Nigel Farage." Introducing him as a speaker beforehand, Reform's chairman David Bull, that should have been a pop quiz, Reform's chairman. Anybody at all? David Bull has described Malhotra as, quotes, "a brilliant clinician and a vociferous public health campaigner," and said he had played a part in helping write the party's health policy. That was before he spoke. After he spoke, Reform scrambled to distance themselves from him. A party spokesman said Dr. Asim Malhotra is a guest speaker with his own opinions who has an advisory role in the US government. Reform does not endorse what he said, but does believe in free speech. Well, that's wrong, that last part. And how can you, on the one hand, say that he played a part in helping write the party's health policy, and on the other, say that they don't endorse what he says? And they don't believe in free speech. I'll prove it to you. David Maddox is the political editor of The Independent. And he wrote a column about his experience with Reform. Now, you probably heard about the ban imposed by Nottinghamshire County Council after the newspaper Nottinghamshire Live published a series of stories which the Reform Council leader, Mick Barton, claimed consistently misrepresented Reform. David Maddox, the political editor of The Independent, says that in a disturbing but not entirely unsurprising development, the leader of a Reform UK council effectively barred a local newspaper and website from interacting with the authority. These are the bastions of free speech. He said it was a strange move for a party that bills itself as the champion of free speech, and it was somewhat ironic that it came just days before party leader Nigel Farage lambasted the state of free speech in the UK in front of a congressional committee in Washington, D.C. As with everything Trump-related, every accusation is a confession. But David Maddox, a political editor of The Independent, says, but the truly worrying thing is that the block on engaging with the media is not a localised phenomenon, but one which would truly rear its ugly head on a national scale if Farage takes control of Downing Street. He said experience of dealing with Reform's national operation over the last few months has demonstrated that this situation is more than simply one council going rogue. He says, as political editor of The Independent, I have taken threatening calls from a member of Reform's leadership and an aide of Mr. Farage telling me that The Independent will be banned from all events if we do not change a critical story or the tone of our questions and coverage. In one case, a member of the leadership took umbrage at a piece suggesting they had been hypocritical, they had, by the way, in their attack on Rachel Reeves over her CV. In between threatening legal action, they added, "I will make sure the Independent does not get to attend a single one of our events or get a single interview again." He says they did not follow through on the threat, but another senior official made a rather revealing and sinister comment. He said, "You don't want to ruin relations with a party leading the polls over a story like this." In other words, we, the Independent, need to stay on the party's good side because it might win an election, or else. He says someone does not appear to understand what journalists do. Oh, they understand it all right. They just don't like it. He said, "One of my colleagues was specifically targeted as somebody who would not be allowed to attend events because a senior Reform staffer falsely accused him of being an activist journalist." How Trump is that? An activist journalist, as opposed to a stenographer who just takes down what they say and prints it. He said at one point the journalist was blocked from going into a press conference because it was claimed that he had not registered. He had. Much more disturbing was when a female colleague attended a recent press conference and was verbally attacked by a male Reform staffer in the middle of the event. The Reform staffer had been reading messages over her shoulder that she had written on her laptop back to head office, and leaned forward, his face up close to hers, and started angrily objecting to them, making her feel extremely uncomfortable and threatened. Ironically, it was a press conference about how to protect women. This has become not a serious country, if this is the direction that we're going in. He says, "I know that these experiences are not isolated to the Independent. I've been told by an insider that there was a serious discussion within Reform a number of months ago about banning The Mirror and The Guardian from their events." And it goes on. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Let's have Tiverton. Margaret.
Hello.
Margaret.
Hello. Oh gosh, what a shock. Well, I was going to talk about fruit flies, and I of all the things this week, the last topic included that I thought would make me pick up the phone. It's fruit flies.
Fruit flies.
Because if I hear one more, I can talk about the things, but if I hear one more person say that cider vinegar, apple cider vinegar, does anything at all, I think I might do one, because it does nothing. They just hover around it.
Really?
I made traps with it. They went in and flew out again, even through the tiny holes in the cling film.
No.
They did. They hover around me, but I'm not going to douse myself in cider vinegar. That would be stupid.
That would be stupid.
It would be stupid, wouldn't it? Anyway, but they're just... We cannot get rid of them.
How do they manage to find their way out of the little holes that you poked in the...
Because I think all that stuff Laura said about their brains... They have got a lot of neurons, or whatever it was she said.
140,000 neurons.
Well, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
So that makes them quite intelligent. I bet there's people in the Reform Party who've got fewer than that. Surely.
Margaret, you may think that. I could not possibly comment.
You can't possibly comment. No, I know you can't, darling. I know. But, do you know, the other thing that's given me the most joy in tonight's programme, apart from Ranjit, who I could marry, the thing that I just... love is when you do Anne Widdecombe.
Oh.
When you do Anne Widdecombe, I just think that's hilarious, and you have a great future in comedy. But the other thing is about that awful. I did see some of that conference.
Yeah.
And I'm like Rose. You know, I'm so angry about all this. But why has nobody said, unless I've missed it, I am the god of hellfire? Did you see all the sparklers going off? And he said, I just want somebody to sort of Photoshop some horns in.
I don't know what music they had playing. Presumably they couldn't get anybody to give over the rights for them to play something that we know.
Yes,
and so they had
good.
to have generic library music, which was terrible.
Well,
and
it wasn't the music so much as the fireworks.
Well, the fireworks, yeah, that was...
Why does he have to do that unless we are conjuring up the pits of hell?
They wanted to make it so that they had an exciting still picture. So that's why they had fireworks, or just the image of him walking ever so slowly on. I mean, maybe he knew.
He's got a funny walk.
He must have known that the pyrotechnics were there, and he didn't want to approach them before they'd gone off, which is why it took him about 3 hours to get from the back of the stage to the front.
Hey, do you think it's worth joining just to sort of have a hand in the fireworks?
Well, I don't know. Was it like £20 or $25 or something like that? They're asking for membership. Would it be worth?
I think we could club together and get some infiltrators.
Well, just for amusement's sake.
No, I think to sabotage the whole bloody thing. Excuse me, I shouldn't swear.
I think
you couldn't possibly comment. And of course, that wasn't serious.
Yeah, I think
before they come for me.
I think they'll do a pretty good job of sabotaging themselves.
Oh gosh, yes. Well, that was what I was cross about. But the other thing that doesn't work, and I'll tell you this for nothing, is fly papers.
No?
I spent a lot of money on proprietary fruit fly traps and fly papers, and there's not a single fly on a fortnight's worth of fly paper. God. But there's flies in the kitchen. They're clever little so-and-sos. When I was at university, I had a very good friend who did a biology A-level, and I was just thinking of her when you were talking about Drosophila. And she had the job of locking up the lab one night, and she'd been sexing fruit flies.
Oh.
How on earth? How? I mean, the brains are small enough, but come on. She'd been sexing fruit flies. That was their job, and she had to lock the lab, and she managed to let a little boy fruit fly get into the little girls.
Uh-oh.
And the next day, she said, I kid you not, she said you could not see your hand in front of your face because they breed so quickly.
Oh.
So of all the things to be afraid of, reform and fruit flies, I think, we have got a lot to be afraid of.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I
anyway.
very much doubt that reform would be able to reproduce that quickly. What with their advanced age and all. I saw that crowd when the camera panned across.
Don't. I feel ill now.
Yeah.
I feel ill. I'm going to go to bed ill now.
Okay. Well, the best of luck with that, Margaret. Maybe a tactical chunder is in order. See an earlier hour in this show for full details. Neil in Caerphilly says, hi Nick, just an extra thing about the by-election in Caerphilly. Just showed how terrible Reform are sending out their election leaflets on the day that Labour AM was buried, no class. I kind of get that, but not really. This says, when Andrea Jenkins sang God Save Our Gracious Queen, I think she meant Donald Trump.
Don't be rude.
Claire in County Clare says, I think Trump will bring America into war, therefore cancelling all elections, and then he will retain the presidency. Yes, well, I've been saying that for ages. That is on my bingo card, almost all of which has been crossed off now. I think only the only things that are left are, because somebody called in last night and said that one of my things was he's going to show an execution on live television, and he actually did that. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be. It was a boat of suspected drug dealers, I think. I mean, it could have taken them prisoner, but no. He thought let's blow them up because I'm a big tough guy and I do big tough guy things. But he's going to have his face on money. He's already put a video out of his face on Mount Rushmore. That came out just the other day. The President of the United States, the leader of the free world, spends his time doing that. What a clown. But cancelling the elections and retaining the presidency. All future elections are cancelled because there's a state of emergency. And if the only way in which he's going to have an election is if it's already predetermined who's won it. One of the ways that he will be able to do that is to station his ICE goons outside of voting stations, having already banned mail-in voting, which is mostly Democrats and mostly poorer people who can't take the day off work, because it's much more difficult to vote in America than it is here. There's far fewer voting stations. So some people have to travel a good long way and stand in queues for hours, so they have to take the whole day off. And, they can't afford it, a lot of people in America, just like here. And those poorer people are more likely to vote Democrat. So that will slash away many of those votes. And then he'll just have his anonymous ICE agent goons stand outside voting booths and just drag people away at random from crowds, thereby making people terrified to show up to vote. Job done. America has had its last fair election, and American journalists just don't seem to get this. I talk to them every week, and it's as though they're hypnotised. They're like, oh, well, checks and balances. Well, you can't do that because it's against the Constitution. Hey, wake up! He's done it already. Bootle. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Nick.
Sarah.
Nick. Well, Ickle Nige with the emphasis on ick. What a week. I mean, between telling out-and-out lies at Congress, being called out by a Democrat congressman, telling the people over here, oi, gormless lot, see what happens over here in America? If you vote him in, this is what's going to happen. You don't want it. Trust us. Don't bother. Take no notice of this idiot. No, Mark, sorry. Then we have their famous or infamous party conference. I mean, him and Tiny Tice. Oh, Lord. I mean, they don't like anybody who disagrees with them. It's like, when you look at them, it's like a dystopian episode of The Simpsons. And let's be honest, Farage does look like the offspring of a Simpsons character reject and a half-melted spit and image puppet, let's be honest. And you go, how could anyone take this lot seriously? If you don't like anybody, if they disagree with them, like the Church of England telling them that they were wrong on various things. Yeah. Oh, how dare you say that? Oh, would someone hand out the sugar dummies? No wonder you can't get any Haribos around in Britain. I tell you, Reform's bought the lot just to give to Nigel and his pals.
Okay, Sarah, it sounds like you're practising a stand-up routine.
Honestly, it's not practice. This is just me getting the because I can't stand them.
Okay, all right. Message received.
As for Lee Anderson, welfare, oh, for God's sake. This is a guy who would love to put work sets you free above the dole office door.
Okay, all right. But that did make me laugh out loud when I heard that on the news, that Lee Anderson is their welfare spokesman. They're just kidding with their stuff now, right? They're just trying to own the libs, just like Donald Trump in America. Oh, what can we do to upset them today? Oh, I know, let's make the Department of Defense the Department of War. That'll keep them busy. That'll keep them occupied, and maybe it'll take their mind off you-know-what.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, even though you've changed its name to the Department of War, we're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, Donny. That is never going to go away. I got to go, Sarah, but thanks. Too much like a stand-up routine. It's like open mic night at the comedy club. This says, when Andrea Jenkins sang, I read that. I think she meant Donald Trump, yeah. This says, fruit fly trap. Oh, God, here we go again. A bowl of water and cider vinegar and a small squirt of washing up liquid to change the surface tension. Little squirt. The little guy's drowned, but hopefully it's not the worst way to go. Well, who cares? They're a fruit fly. Yeah, well, apparently a nice lady that I just talked to said that does not work. So forget everything that I've just said on that score. Yvonne in Hastings says, hello, Ian, reference football. Ian? Who's Ian? Reference football. My Catalan friend says Andorra is a lot smaller than London. It's called a principality and has its own postage stamps. Well, that's nice. They also almost beat us at football. It was 2-0, but one of the goals was scored by them. In their own goal. Bob says, attributed to Groucho Marx, time flies like an arrow, fruit flies like a banana. Funny guy, Groucho Marx. Canary Wharf, hello, Ryan.
Hello, I don't think you've taken a break.
Haven't I? Have I not taken a break? Well, I better do that right now. Hang on a minute. I'll have to check on that. One moment, please. Your call is not important to us. There are 1 break, 2, 3. Oh, he's right.
This is LBC. This is LBC with Nick Abbott.
Well, let's get back to it.
Yes, thanks for that, Ryan. You saved the day.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Of course, no problem. I can't believe I missed your Anne Widdecombe impression. You know when you did it?
Yeah. Do I know the time?
I'll listen back. Anyway, happy birthday for last week, or whenever it was.
Appreciate it.
Yes. I talked to you a few weeks ago and told you about something to do with your old bananas. And you're still, how should I say, whinging and whining and moaning about them. So I thought I'd tell you that I've tried it, and it works. Yes. All you need to do is get your bananas, put them in the freezer for a couple of hours, and then take them out, blend them with a bit of maple syrup and a bit of lemon juice, and it's basically ice cream. If you don't believe me, just try it. It costs about 20p. It's great.
So you're saying you don't add ice cream? It is like ice cream.
It is, the texture is so good. I couldn't believe it worked, but yeah. Just blend them with quite a bit of maple syrup.
Yeah.
And it turns it's literally like ice cream. I made some nice pie to have with it. It was great.
Maple syrup is a magic ingredient. I love maple syrup. It's great in cocktails as well. Instead of like sugar syrup or nectar. What do they call it?
Like agave?
Agave, exactly. Which is kind of harsh. When you just taste agave on its own, it's not a particularly nice taste. But maple syrup, ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, so I definitely recommend it.
Do the bananas have to be gone? Like black?
No, so I bought some on the day, and they were just yellow with a few spots by the end of the day, and it was fine. Okay. If they're black, I think it also works, so you can definitely use them for that.
So bananas, maple syrup. What was the other thing?
A bit of lemon juice to lighten it up a bit, but the bananas have to be frozen, and then just blend it.
Okay, well I'll put it on my list.
Yes, do. That's
which end do you open the banana, by the way?
I was a bit. Usually I open it from the top, but I like to dig my nail in so it doesn't go all squashed. And I know that you're going to say that the monkeys open it from the other end.
Yeah, the monkeys, stupid monkeys. What do they want to open it from the other end for? That's the bottom.
Dirty.
You don't want to open it at the bottom.
Oh no, I don't understand. Have you ever tried?
It's got that icky thing in the bottom that you don't. I know. Whatever that is.
I don't want to try it.
No, I don't want to try it.
Never mind. By the way, you were talking about how the Reform playbook is basically exactly the same as Donald Trump's.
Precisely the same.
I was a friend who was at the Reform conference. I hesitate to say friend, but he was texting me some pictures the other day, and it was Zia Youssef, and then at the bottom it just says Doge. I couldn't believe it. So he is. They even have Doge.
Yes.
I can't believe that.
Believe it, yes. And, Elon Musk has saved Americans absolutely nothing at all. In fact, the government in America is spending more money after this slashing and burning and jumping around like a lunatic on stage with a chainsaw. American people are spending more money than before he started that mess. And, thereby ruining many of the things that people in America actually depend on. Which will never. Once you've smashed them up, organisations that have been decades in the making, you can't just put them back together again. They're gone now.
Yeah, that's absolutely mad. Anyway, Nick, I'm going to go and listen to your Anne Widdecombe impression.
Okay, excellent. Thanks a lot, mate. And he's going to do that, by the way, by listening to the podcast. The shows on Friday and Saturday night get put up the internet as podcasts. This is not Listen Again, which is something else. The Listen Again is the whole show as it came out with the ads and the news and all of that stuff. The podcasts, we take the news and the ads out, mostly, which means it's quicker to listen to. which means you'll have more time to contemplate how to execute fruit flies without recourse to a flamethrower, which is probably not good to use inside. Always use your flamethrower outside, not inside. It's probably got a label on it saying exactly that.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
And I can't stand him.
Andy in Tavistock says patriots, in inverted commas, who move abroad and slate this country is one thing. A potential future PM who does it is worrying, especially when he is addressing the US government. Pity that, whilst stating that we are like North Korea, he failed to mention that his hosts have cowed the media into submission by threatening to revoke their licences. Those of us who have a basic awareness of politics know never to go anywhere near reform. His patriots want a leader who says it like it is. We shall see, says Andy. Yeah, it's a bit rich criticising this country for authoritarianism while you're addressing the American government. I mean, the Trump administration recently wrote a letter to the Smithsonian Institute, the world's largest museum, education and research complex, insisting on a review of its museums and exhibits in accordance with Executive Order 14253 called Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History. This compulsory review was to, quotes, ensure alignment with the President's directive that museums say things he wants them to say. Universities being threatened with being defunded because they aren't teaching what Donald Trump wants them to teach. The President attacks the press at every possible opportunity, frequently seeks to weaken it, banning journalists and whole news organisations from the White House, calls for TV news stations to be shut down, calling what they say is illegal and they should be prosecuted for saying things that are true about him, calling for radio stations to be closed for being mean about him, saying that TV talk show hosts that make fun of him should be fired, and constantly lying and lying and lying and becoming furious when those lies are described as such. That guardian of free speech is what Nigel Farage was talking about. Every accusation is a confession. And Trump attacked law firms that have worked for people that Trump doesn't like. He made it so that they can't enter federal buildings, which makes it impossible for them to do their jobs as they can't enter federal courthouses. And he openly admires and purrs in the company of a whole array of dictators who have eliminated free speech in their own countries. And he bans books that say things he doesn't agree with, which I think is wannabe dictator class 101, isn't it? I mean, that's the basics of an authoritarian free speech crackdown. Book banning. And Farage has got the nerve to go to America to kiss up to that tangerine toddler and criticise this country for attacking free speech. While, by the way, his own party, as I've told you just now, has banned local newspapers from its reform-run council meetings and banned them talking to any reform councillors and banned them from receiving any press releases. Or because they were mean enough to ask slow, underarm, bold questions of a person who is a reform council official. Every accusation is a confession. Let's have Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, good evening, Nick.
Yes,
Hi.
Jan.
So there are a couple of areas I want to... first, I think I might say something about... come back to a point that the other Jan in the North said about... and picked up on what I said to you about writing. I know you don't like writing, but I was just thinking that, you know, when I came to your show, when I learned about your show, but a neighbour told me about it, but I discovered your show, rather, through this person telling me about your show. It was during the pandemic. And it's it was your humour, it was your way of presenting things. There's sort of many different voices you bring in as well. But it was your humour challenges and diffuses, you know, stress.
Well, we were all going through a tremendous amount of stress, and
I felt
that it was almost because we couldn't go out, could we? So I felt it was sort of.
But you were working there.
I know. I had to go out. It was such a bizarre time. And I've been running through those old shows because I do a best of podcast every week called the Nick Abbott habit. And it's so interesting listening to those shows that I did at that time, because it seems like another.
I wanted to point out to you.
Listen to me. It seems it seems like another lifetime. It seems like it happened to somebody else, but it was us, and it was so relatively recently. So those two podcasts, the one I was talking about before the news and after, they're both on LBC app and Global Player app. The one for the Friday and Saturday night shows. Let me just get this in, Jan. It's called Nick Abbot, The Whole Show Podcast. That's the Friday and Saturday night shows with the ads and the news taken out, quicker to listen to. Nick Abbot, The Whole Show Podcast. And the best of is called the Nick Abbot Habit. And they come out on Monday. The shows come out as soon as they're done. So I think yesterday's is up already. Thumbs up from next door. He's the chap who does it. And tonight's will be up there almost as soon as it's finished. And The Habit comes out on Mondays. Back to you, Jan.
Yeah, Nick, because I just think, look, I've been thinking, you say you don't like to write, but no. you've got such a rich experience and such a way of using language that I was hooked when I heard your first show.
Yeah, well, that's very nice of you to say so.
Because of the way your language, but you could do something like a diary.
No.
A satire. You can bring in like your presentations, just like your presentations, but it could be a section. It would be partly historic as well if you like focused on the pandemic part.
Oh well, if you put it like that. No.
Oh, okay. I won't mention it again.
Okay.
But I think it's a pity because you've got so much to. It could be quite an enrichment. You could be a satire. It doesn't have to be.
Oh, well.
You could make it fictional, partly fictional.
Well, in that case.
No. All right, I'll leave it alone.
All right.
All right, Nick. But you really, I think you don't admit to certain people. I've heard them call you, say how you help keep them sane during the pandemic.
Yeah, I had that. I heard that so many times. You keep me sane. Yeah, too much pressure.
I'm not saying you kept me sane.
Right.
But you kept me happy. You kept me uplifted.
All right. HAPPY-ness. Yeah.
Nick, I do have something to say about these fruit flies.
Go on.
Something important, because I've been looking them up a bit more, but they look pretty horrific.
Awful.
When you see the photos online. Yeah. But apparently, they have many organs besides the eyes. But they look really ugly, though. But they got brain, they got heart, reproductive organs, digestive system, and quite a lot of other sensory organs like the antenna and things. But they must have a strong sense of smell or something. Though all those animals, those insects, don't have noses, but they have a strong. Like these,
they don't have noses. How do they smell? Terrible.
Well, the cells, I don't know, but they got brains. Imagine that, they got brains.
I don't know how you can squeeze all of that into something that small. How is that possible?
And a heart. Digestive organs. And they don't live very long. Listen, Nick.
Good.
Apparently they're very. I'm glad I don't touch any food that they've been on, because apparently they are a health hazard.
I can imagine they are.
No, look. What is it? They feed on decaying organic matter, garbage and drains and all kinds of dirty stuff. And they say you shouldn't really. They can contaminate ripe fruit. They can lay the eggs on it.
Oh.
It's quite scary. And they can transfer things onto your what pathogens and germs or whatever it is they've got, bacteria, onto your food and kitchen surfaces.
Icky.
So I'm really glad I've done an extra clean around my place.
I'm feeling itchy just thinking about it.
No, but also they say that there are ways of getting rid of them, but they can really infest the place in no time, and they only live about 40 to 50 days.
Too blooming long.
Yeah, the female though can lay hundreds of eggs.
Okay, this is not making me feel any better.
No, but I'm just saying that's why you got to get them out of your place if you've still got them, because they can contaminate your food and you can catch germs, salmonella and E. coli.
All right, okay, still not getting any better.
Just something else, wanting to get rid of them. I'm going to try this myself if they come back. I think I have got rid of them because I did a massive.
Yes.
They call it a plastic wrap. and you can put rotting banana peel or strawberries in a glass and then cover it with plastic wrap and put holes in it so they can get in.
Yeah, I've
and that's
talked to somebody.
They get in there
I've talked to somebody on this show already who said that does not work. I have an idea, Jan. Leave it with me. Thanks for that. I think we should blast off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Who's with me? Let's see now. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello?
Yes, John.
Hello?
Yes, John.
Oh, it's me, is it? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Don't sound
great.
so disappointed at yourself.
You always do that. You just say the name. It could be John in.
I suppose so. Well, I did say anyway. Brighton.
Okay.
John.
No. Yeah, it would be good to see you at a live show. You live in a theatre show or something like that.
No.
No?
I'm not going to write a book, and I'm not going to do a theatre show. No.
About the fruit flies, I've got the way how you can catch them all.
Go on.
Yeah, I mean it's. I think you're getting there with the suggestions, but yeah, if you get a clear plastic bag and put a banana skin or some fruit peelings in there and leave it for a few hours in your kitchen or wherever they are.
Yeah.
Or overnight, and they'll all be in there when you come back.
Well, can't they just fly out?
No, they won't. They won't just. No, they won't. They won't leave the banana skin or fruit. You just grab the bag quickly, roll up the end, and then you can squash them all in the bag. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's yes. You just catch them with some rotting, or fruit peelings in a bag. And just catch them and squash them all.
Right.
And you sort them all out.
Well, that would sort them out.
I think that's sort of one of the from the previous suggestion. I'm not sure what something about a plastic film. Or something.
They put it in a bowl and then they put like cling film over it and poke some holes in so that the flies could find their way in there, but on the assumption that they wouldn't be able to find their way out. But I think they probably can.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that is, but I guess if you grabbed it quickly enough and they're still inside whatever they're in, you can squash them. But
right.
yeah, I mean, my way is an easy way. I use it all the time to. I've always got loads of fruit pies.
I'm going to start just swinging a mallet around my face.
No, they're too quick. Have you ever tried to catch one with your hand?
Yes.
Yeah? You can't, you sort of
you can't do it.
You can occasionally, but
they're very annoying. Quick. I can't believe I've got to this age and never noticed them before. I think this year must be...
why would you have so many fruit flies in wherever they are, in your kitchen or wherever?
I don't know. I'd love to know.
Yeah.
But it's not just me. Everyone's got it.
You try the clear plastic bag trick with the banana skin in it, and catch them and squash them.
Okay. I'll think about doing just that. All right. Yeah. Thanks for the advice, John.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
We are running late. Let's have... who's been waiting the longest? It looks like a caller in Cornwall called Malcolm. Malcolm.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
Yes, sir. Very well, thanks.
Hey, when was the last time you had a shift here to Truth Social?
Do what, sorry?
When was the last time you had a look at Truth Social?
Oh, you know what? I've never looked at Truth Social.
Well, I tell you what, have a look at it this evening.
Why?
But it was shown on BBC News. I thought, I'll have a look at that. I did. And the post is, I love the smell of deportations in the morning.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And then below it is a picture with a heading, which, wow, I was a little bit shocked. And it's Apocalypse Now.
Where's the from?
Which refers to as in Chicago, I think.
Oh, CH.
And Apocalypse Now. And there's a picture of a president in a Confederate cap a U.S. Army shirt and a white roll neck sweater kind of thing under that. And there's a skyline with, well, that look like military helicopters flying over a river in front of a city skyline. It's really strange. You know, have a look at it. Get the man in the box and put it up here.
The man is completely insane. And it seems that everything he does these days is just in order to own the libs, which is what he thinks his fans want more than anything else. They want it more than food on their tables. They want it more than petrol in their cars. It's and you know he's not really wrong about it because those people still support him. I was looking at a video of some farmers in Arkansas, all of whom had voted for Donald Trump. All of whom were packed into this room. There's hundreds of them in there, and they were all complaining about the same thing, that because of this stupid tariffs regime that Trump is on, the stuff that they used to sell to China, they can't do that anymore. And so they've, and he's taken all their workers as well with these ICE raids. And so they're looking at their farms closing up. Their farms have been passed down generation to generation for decades. And they're saying, well, you know, this is it. We can't go on anymore. What we need is the government to give us a lot of money, which, by the way, is socialism, which they hate. If it's to anybody else, but it's perfectly fine if it's for them. And the clip ended with them all praying that things would get better. So they started by voting for Trump, and they're ending praying to God. That's a lesson, kids.
It's strange. I just find it odd. And this will be happening around the world. That national state media, so ours is the BBC, America's is whatever they've got. Europe will have theirs, but state broadcasters just having a little story, like no comment on how good, bad, indifferent it is. Just this is the latest post from True Social, and I honestly, like, I'm watching TV and I'm thinking, my God, is that real? And I had to go on and have a look, and there it was. I love the smell of deportations in the morning.
Actually, I've just had a text on that subject. It says, have you seen the picture of Donald in the Apocalypse Now picture declaring war on Chicago? That movie ended well for everyone. Will he napalm Chicago?
No,
well, of course, the problem with Chicago is that they voted Democrat.
Yeah. But I mean, it says, Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Did you just say that? Yeah. Yeah. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War.
God.
You wouldn't want to live in Chicago at the moment, would you?
I wouldn't want to live in America. I wouldn't go to America if you gave me a free holiday there.
Flipping heck. Well, that's all I got to say. I can't come on and just see what you thought about that. It's just wow.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Malcolm. 0345 6060 973. God, do you want that here, kids? Really? Is that what you want here? Really? Just to upset the libs? Just to own the libs? Is that what you want? Really? Richmond, Angela.
Hello, Nick.
Angela.
About Farage slagging us off in America. Isn't the name for that Quisling? My dad told me the meaning of it back in the 1970s.
Yeah.
And I've it's buried deep in my brain. So isn't that what Nigel Farage is doing?
I don't think quizzling is the I don't think that's the definition of quizzling. No.
Oh, what a shame. And also Angela Rayner. There was a guy right at the beginning of the programme who was saying, you know, that he understands where Angela Rayner has gone wrong.
Yeah.
And it's a working class thing. It's, you know, it's almost like we're programmed at some point to muck up in our lives. And it's because we're not paying attention or we don't know the right people. And it's like this is part of the working class problem.
Well, I think the working class problem is that we have been I'm not working class. I'm about as middle class as you could get. I'm as middle class as a Waitrose trolley. But the working class have been trained in this country to doff their caps to anybody who speaks like this.
I don't know anything.
They don't have to know anything. They just have to talk that way and hold themselves in a certain manner, and people in this country will just fall to the floor doffing their caps.
Well, I'm not in Richmond, because we have lots of those types around here.
Yes, you do.
So, yes, we do.
Quisling, by the way. Definition of quisling: collaborator, sympathiser, traitor and turncoat. So, I don't know. Well, whatever it was that he did, it wasn't patriotic. Let's put it like that. Mr. Patriotism,
Definitely.
Mr. Union Jack Socks, was not being patriotic when he slagged off this country in another.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, thanks a lot, Angela. Plymouth, Julie.
Hello, Nick. Great show tonight.
Thanks.
I've got a suggestion for your 2-ton Tessie Turnip bingo card.
Oh, yeah.
I think he was going to name an aircraft carrier after himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he might do a nuclear sub for Melania. And, it's just that status thing, isn't it? It's got to be his name over everything. And with that Navy anniversary thing coming up.
Oh.
I think a parade in the sea is it a flotilla?
Yes, that would be a flotilla. Yeah, he has those. His yeehaw fans with boats in Florida. They all have a little and sometimes they make it to their destination and sometimes they sink. That happened.
Oh gosh! But I also wanted to say to you that I know you're not keen on Norfolk, but I used to live in Norfolk.
No, wait a minute, back up. I am keen on Norfolk. I went to Norwich, and it was an absolute delight. I went twice. I liked it so much.
Beautiful medieval city.
It is.
I used to live sort of more coastal, and there's a place called Cley, and it's a sort of beach like Brighton, like lots of pebbles, and sort of used to walk the dog, see the seals, and one evening sitting there having a glass of wine and just enjoying the sunshine, a kaleidoscope of painted lady butterflies came off the shore, off the sea. They were migrating. And anything else in numbers, I think you would be petrified. But it was absolutely beautiful because they were butterflies and they just all flew over my head. But that's what they're called, a kaleidoscope, when you get... They're not a swarm, but they're numbers. And yes, they were migrating. So it was just so pretty. So
I just find that butterflies... it's astonishing that they can fly at all. They're so delicate, and that they can avoid things in midair because they don't look like they would be able to fly in a direction in which they intend. They just sort of randomly flap their wings and just go up and down, perhaps, but not back and forward in any sort of line. But they do.
They can't seem to find their way out of the greenhouse or conservatory, bless them. Right. But apart from that, they're too beautiful. We seem to have been blessed with them this year.
I was going to say that, but there's been so many.
Yes, definitely. Oh, I love the show, Nick. Have a good week.
All right, thanks a lot, Julie. Andy in Berlin says, starts with one fruit fly, then they give their mates a call, and then you open your little caddy and hundreds come out. Yeah, that's right. This says, there is a flower named after David Attenborough, the Nepenthes attenboroughii. Boroughii. 2 eyes on the end. Aye. It eats rats in Southeast Asia. A flower eats rats. Paddy in Cheltenham says, Nick, I punished myself today for trying to watch the entire clown show that was RFK Jr.'s hearing before Congress. Listening to him continuously huff and chuff into the microphone made me feel like I was the victim of an obsessive, obscene phone caller. And Elaine says, if you use red wine instead of apple cider vinegar, the flies are too drunk to find their way back through the holes in the cling film. It works. Yeah, but what about the red wine? And finally, this says, Nick, I've cracked it. We are going to rename the Isle of Wight as Little Britain, and we're going to deport all the protesters there. They're all going to be out in hotels and live on £16 a week. And if they want to come back, they'll have to do it via dinghy and claim asylum. That's not a bad idea. Let's make it happen. 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 Let's